Good morning, everybody. Streampunk, Mary Jane, Dragonsbane, J. Tom, Pierre, Stormhunter, Anubis, Mike, Monica, Shane. Good morning, guys. Colby, good morning. Prathan, hello. Alright, so we could fly to Sepulchre, but I think we have stuff to do in the northern part of Silverpine. So I think we're going to make the run. Gab, good morning. What's up today? What's up today is that my wife actually went out of town today. So it's going to be an interesting stream. Because she supports my day a lot. So we'll see how it goes. The good thing is I was up pretty early today. Oh, the bodies. Oh, all the bodies. Morning, guys. Who's on lunch reminder duty? Probably my son at this point. I have mail? Oh, nice. I do have mail. We will check that out down at the Sepulchre. Yeah, we had breakfast and then like a little bit ago I made scrambled eggs. So we've had breakfast and brunch. So it should be okay to have a little bit of a later lunch. I'm gonna go for 2 hours and then take a short break for lunch. That's kind of the plan for today. Is that and I probably won't stop the stream, but I will take a break at the 2-hour mark to make sure the food happens. Victoria, that's rough. All I can say is go again. Justin, good morning. I looked at Wowhead today, and it does seem like they are going to add another plus to the Heroic Plus dungeons when they drop the ICC patch. And a new currency vendor. So yeah, there's your classic plus content going straight into Wrath of the Lich King. And they're calling them Gamma Protocol something. So yeah, we went Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Which I don't think is exactly right. Maybe it is. Maybe that is the order. So yeah, those of you who have been enjoying the Heroic Plus in Wrath, you'll have another layer of challenge for healers. Because they're going to get harder. And give you a new currency. We all like new currencies, right? You guys saw the warg like teleport just now, didn't you? If you didn't see it, back up a couple seconds, because I swear to God, this warg was in one spot and then he blipped to another spot. I don't like it when WoW blips. It worries me. Now I'm looking to see if I'm blipping. I seem fine. No, I'm gonna blame that blip on Blizzard. You saw it, Mike? Okay. I like because I blinked during it, you know, so I thought maybe I just saw it wrong. So weird. Let's hope it's not that kind of day where everything's blippy, you know. Am I eating any cheese this morning? Not yet. But I'm gonna get into a brick later, I'm sure. Just make it so that my bowels don't even move anymore, you know. That's what we all want. Justin, you saw it too. Okay, good. I'm not losing my mind yet. Not in this regard, at least. Okay, good. So the game's blippy. Everything's fine. We're all fine here. How are you? Level 31. Nice. Let's see. Offline as well, so highest levels, level 31 and 30. Very cool. Somebody recommended yesterday that I work in like some sunders. They say that the increase in damage like on white swings and stuff is worth it, so I'm gonna try to work in sunder here and there. Normally I don't sunder at all when I'm soloing, when I'm in battle stance. In fact, I have been halfway convinced that you can only sunder in defensive stance. Am I gonna do another RFC today? Maybe. But, you know what? We're gonna be at 18, we'll be basically out level for it. I don't know if it's worth it to do a third one. It doesn't exactly drop any loot, you know what I mean? The experience we get out of it has been okay. I might just hold off until we can do Wailing Caverns. Like, what level is Wailing Caverns at? 17 to 24, so I probably want to be like level 20 before I go into Wailing Caverns. Maybe we will do another one of RFC. Maybe we will. I might want to update my stream title. Damn it, I thought I had. Does it say RFC? Yeah, I thought I had. In that case, yes, we'll probably do an RFC today, since maybe people got lured in by my lack of editing skills. Oh, I changed the part number, but I didn't delete RFC, so that's my bad. But we might do another one, yeah. We'll see if we get interest from the guild. If I don't have to pug anything, and if I don't have to pug it, and someone else is willing to put the group together, we will do it. Not right this instant, but possibly maybe better for like an after lunch break type of deal. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do it this morning. I don't know if like jumping right into a dungeon run is a really good idea for me right away. Let's see. We have lots of people like kind of in the level range. So that's really cool. I'm going to try to go 3 or 4 hours, but after 2 hours I'm going to have to take a break to do some lunch stuff. So I'll probably leave the stream going while I take a break. It shouldn't be a super long break, but I will have to throw together some lunch for myself and the boy. Jed, you're cooking and watching the stream. I wish I could cook and stream. But I don't think having like an oven next to me or anything would be safe, and it'd probably be pretty distracting. Pioneer Trousers of the Monkey. 1 edge, 1 stam. Hot Pockets, yeah. It's not going to be Hot Pockets, but it's going to be something pretty easy. Like maybe some SpaghettiOs and meatballs and some pretzel sticks. Yep, and a glass of milk. SpaghettiOs and meatballs, pretzel sticks, glass of milk. That's like 400, 500 something calories. That should be good. That should do it. Is the Horde flag new? No. What happens usually is I have an Alliance flag too. Now you can probably see it. So I try to alternate them. If I'm playing Alliance, I have the Alliance one up here. If I'm playing Horde, I have the Horde one up here. Most of the time, well, they get alternated properly. Sometimes I'm lazy. I've had them for a couple months. Yep, they are pretty cool. This guy. Yeah, this guy. You have a quest. Let's go ahead and do it. Apparently it's kind of a gray quest because it doesn't have the exclamation point above him anymore. But it looked like we'll still get full experience for it. And we need a couple more war carts anyway. Yeah, Justin, you can get them on Amazon still. I think my wife got them for me for, is it Father's Day? For a holiday. Yeah, pretty sure it was Father's Day. I don't know if that checks out chronologically though. Could have just been random. I should probably move Demoralizing Shout out to my bar. It would be useful in situations like this. Oh no! Level 20? Oof. Oh, guys. Level 20's big. Level 20's big. It hurts to see it when it's like a guild that you care about. This guy's up here just fighting. It hurts so much to see it when you care about the people in your guild. When you're just like in a random guild on Bloodsail Buccaneers, or it's like the conjoined guild, like the Green Wall, you just see it, you know, and you don't really care. You're like, oh, that sucks, and then you just keep going. But when it's someone in your actual guild, the guild you actually care for, and you see the death, it hurts. It's actually painful.
I am forsaken. Trust no one.
Oh, we totally have the quest. Oh, I was muted too. Good, good. It's a good start to my day. I should stack the flags. I like having them arrayed along the wall because otherwise it's like a concrete wall. It's in a basement. My office is, and that wall is concrete. So if I don't have the flags, it looks like I'm in a prison cell. So I like to cover the wall up so that I don't have to look at it and nobody else has to look at it either. Dylan, yeah, you have to unlock them. If you probably just do a search now since they messed up all the menus. You probably just search like unlock. Oh, that did nothing. Okay. What about lock? Yeah, search lock and then you'll uncheck lock action bars. Or you can shift key and you can hold down shift and click and drag, but if you don't want them locked, you can unlock them. Yeah, like just a prison cell. Raw, you hit 20 last night? That's awesome, man. I'm hoping we live to hit 20. We had a big death in the guild just a bit ago, though. That was like level 20. Dylan, you're really enjoying WoW. You bought a PS5, but you can't seem to escape WoW to play other games. I hear you, man. Yeah, I think a lot of us know exactly how that feels. Yep. I'm trying to figure out, like, on the 5th when I can play Starfield on the Game Pass, I'm trying to figure out, like, when exactly I'm gonna do that. Because if I have time to game, I typically want to be here. I guess I could do it in, like, the later evenings, but I don't know if I want to press more buttons after I play my fill of WoW. So I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to play Starfield, or if it's going to be able to happen. Did I die before? Yeah, Zephyr, we got the first warrior killed at level 18. And then I played a mage for a day or so, but then decided that what I really wanted to do is just to go again on the warrior. So we're a few days into the reroll. Yep. I can get out of here. I don't need to deal with these guys for just an herb. Steven, you played Starfield for an hour, but you're here grinding on WoW. Yeah, I watched a little bit of co-play, like the first hour of it. It seemed okay. I mean, the first hour doesn't tell you a lot, obviously. I hope it runs better on the Xbox at like medium settings than it runs on Co's computer, which is like $1 million computer. But the game didn't really seem to run super good from like what I watched. Some parts were just kind of eh. It was kind of the graphics look amazing, but like the performance, maybe it isn't optimized for like super high settings. I don't know what it is, but it looked like choppy sometimes. And if it's choppy on Co's $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 computer, like I don't know who has much hope of like running it on a PC like super well. It has low FPS. It needs a beefy computer. Yeah, but Co's computer can't run it. Co's computer isn't a beefy computer. It's like a monumental, epic piece of gear. You know, it's like it's not just a beefy computer. So yeah, I'm just kind of glad that I'm just going to play it on the Xbox, and it's going to run however it runs on the Xbox. It's going to be in performance mode, and it's going to look good, and it's going to be smooth, and I'm just happy that I'm not going to be trying to play it on the PC. Because, yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to be I'm waiting for it to also be day one on Game Pass. Yeah, I'm waiting for my day one on Game Pass as well with it. Obviously not really a day one on Game Pass when you can pay money and get to play it early, but whatever. Who's keeping track of the lies at this point? Didn't it fry Asmonds? Oh, Jesus. Oh, thank Lord I'm not playing it on the PC. I'm glad I gave up on that thought. At first I was going to play a bit on the channel, just have like an introductory few hours of gameplay. That was when I thought we were all getting access to it on the 5th or the 6th or whatever. And I was out of the loop, so I realized too late that you were able to pay for the game up front before release and play it early. So it crashed after 3 hours. Oh god, that's how long I wanted to play it. Oh man, the Chaos, that's rough, man. I've had that happen on my old rig with games, or like the game would run, but it wouldn't run anywhere near how I wanted it to. Before I replaced my computer, I had so many games that I wanted to play that I'd fire them up, thinking, yeah, you could probably run it on like medium settings, and then it still looked like ass on medium settings. I have a long list of games like that from my old rig, so I know how you feel.
Hello.
That's rough. Yeah, that's why I'm happy to have the Xbox, and I'm just gonna play it on the Xbox however it runs. Because yeah, if it runs blah on Ko's PC and it fried Asmon's PC, like I don't even want to try it on my PC. I got a 3070. I'm pretty sure they both have like 4090s or 5090s or whatever the current series is.
Beware the living.
But I just have a 3070, and so it would probably just melt it immediately. Basically, I think is what would happen. I hope it doesn't melt my Xbox. That would suck.
What is it? Beware, our enemy is abound. That better be good.
Yeah, Dylan, I think eventually we'll get Classic on the Game Pass now that Microsoft owns Activision, but it's still going to require you to plug in a mouse and keyboard, you know. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go through the effort of doing like a controller layout for it, but it'll just require mouse and keyboard, which for most people will be fine. I played Final Fantasy XI on a PlayStation 2 back in the day that I had to hook a mouse and keyboard up to, and if I could do that back in the day and it was fine, I'm sure people can manage to plug a little wireless USB thing into their Xbox and have their wireless mouse and keyboard. Because yeah, I think it will come out to Game Pass and be on consoles. I just don't think they'll do the whole controller thing with it. They could surprise me though. I don't know.
Goodbye.
They data mined some controller button mapping at the beginning of Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah. That I think I heard about that from like a Bellular video. But even if they data mine, it doesn't mean they're ever going to put it in. You know, they could have been trying it out to see if it would work. But yeah, maybe.
Patience.
I think it would be fine just to require people to have a mouse and keyboard. But you know, Final Fantasy XIV has controller mapping, and I guess 5 or 6 people play that game on a PlayStation. So it probably is fine. Okay, so let's come up to the north here. We'll do Deadfields. We'll go after the Grizzled Hearts and the Skittering Blood. We'll try not to get murdered by Son of Erigel. This is like Son of Erigel territory, so we do want to be careful about that. We do need to work our way up to up here. Remedy of Erigel is in the house. Who's inviting me to a group and why? Explain yourself. And if you're whispering me, I don't have whispers turned on. So if you're inviting me to a group, you're gonna have to explain either in guild chat or in chat, because I'm not accepting random groups. Where is? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's in the house. Okay, let's go this way. We'll go to the house first, and we'll do it that way. Hearthstone. Yeah, I should set it. I'll set it when I come back. Oh, Healthstone. You want to give me a Healthstone? Okay, well that makes sense. I would take a Healthstone, yeah. But yeah, you probably whispered me, but I don't have whispers enabled. I got nothing going on with whispers. I appreciate the thought though. Boop. I'll wait patiently. Stop running off. A Healthstone could be very useful. It could be life-saving. Green Goblin, welcome, man. Thanks for checking out the stream. Tim, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. FF14 is coming to Xbox in the spring. Yeah, I think I heard about that. Thank you for the Hellstone. I appreciate it. Let's put that on our bar so we can actually like hit it when we need it. Boop. Thank you so much. It wasn't Amy that was having surgery. It was my mom. She had a hip replacement. If that's what you're talking about. There's a chance you're just trolling me, then that's fine. But it was my mom that had surgery, and yeah, that's over, and she's recovering. Hammer's ready, boys. Okay, no, we're fine. We're fine. We're probably fine. But hammer's ready just in case. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, you can ease the hammers back into their sheaths a little bit, but keep them loose. Keep them loose. I got a feeling about this morning. Keep the hammers loose. What class and subclass? I was Black Mage, White Mage, or White Mage Black. I was Black Mage, White Mage, I think, or White. I was one way or the other. It might have been White Mage, Black Mage. Because I think when we got out into the area where we group up, I think I did healing, so it might have been White Mage, Black Mage. Yeah, I remember healing. Once we were grouping out and pulling the gobs. Green Goblin, I haven't. I don't watch a lot of WoW content. Usually, like the bits of WoW content I consume, it's either like a Bellular vid or Asmon ranting about something. Every once in a while, I check out the weekly reset, and that's about it as far as like my my consumption of World of Warcraft stuff. I try to keep consumption to kind of like a minimum, because I find that watching too much of any of it kind of like it starts to sway my opinions, and like. I don't like being swayed too much. Zephyr, how did the warrior die? I got distracted and got myself killed like an idiot. Yeah, we died in the Barrens. It was entirely my fault, just for not paying enough attention to what I was actually doing. No, just some centaurs. No, I was just doing some things in chat. I was responding to some things I shouldn't have had to. I was clicking in chat trying to get rid of some stuff. We talked about trolls and stuff, and I let myself get too absorbed with managing those things, and got myself killed like an idiot. It wasn't any situation where like a person should have gotten killed. The biggest mistake I made was I kept playing the game with my Wazda hand and not looking at the game while I was over here clicking on things. I let my autopilot take over, which like is usually okay, you know, but you're not usually playing hardcore WoW, so you gotta kind of like make yourself stop playing. And I didn't stop playing. I just kept playing with one hand on the controller. Yeah, I probably had all kinds of options, but I wasn't in the frame of mind to use those options because I wasn't in the frame of mind where I was even paying attention to what was happening. Oh, there he is. There he is, guys. Let's mark him with a big old skull, and let's not get killed. Yeah, a Green Goblin, I agree that Cataclysm was really great when it came out. Yeah, I talked about this before. I think a lot of people's negativity about Cataclysm is about Cataclysm Classic. I think a lot of people's like thing about Cataclysm, they don't want it, is because they don't see it as classic once the world changes. Yeah, because like I used to kind of be in that boat too, but Cataclysm was a good expansion, and I had a lot of fun during Cataclysm. It introduced 2 new races, which is always good. Looking for Raid Finder, looking for Raid came into it at the end, and that's awesome. It allowed people to actually get into raids who otherwise never would see them. So yeah, I can agree with that overall sentiment, because yeah, it was a good expansion, and I'll play it when they release it in Classic. But I think a lot of people's problem with it is just that like they think that like, you know, once the old world changes, it's not Classic anymore. But I don't think that matters now, because we have Classic Era, you know? You'll always have Classic Era seasons now. You'll always have Classic Era hardcore. So I think it's fine that that they release Cataclysm and that the world changes. We get to see that again. The heroics were only difficult week 1. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to get the super hard heroics, because when they release a Classic expansion, they release the systems with like as they were during the last patch. So when it releases, you'll have all the balancing, all the fixes, all the nerfing has already been done, basically. But, I say but, for those of you who like really hard 5-man content, you know, in Wrath right now they have the Heroic Plus, the Heroic Plus Plus, and soon they're gonna have Heroic Plus Plus Plus. And so we're gonna have the same thing in Cataclysm eventually. After the first tier of raiding ends, we'll have Heroic Plus dungeons, and then etc, etc, etc. So I think there will be hard 5-man content to do for good rewards, but it won't be the initial like heroic mode, you know. Because apparently they've decided just to keep doing this heroic plus thing like into the ground. And if they're continuing to do it in Wrath, I don't think there's any way that they can just like not do it in Cataclysm, because now they're kind of creating a group of players who are maybe trying to use that as a way to gear up. It has some big problems to it. As a way of gearing up a character, it has some pretty huge problems, and I don't think it works really well unless you've already got some raid gear to get going. I don't think it works really well, but it's better than nothing. New class race class combos, yeah, like troll druids, right? Trolls got druid. I don't know any of the other ones. Yeah, I don't know any of the other ones. What else happened with Blood Elves got warriors, right? Blood Elves can be warriors. Humans got hunters in Cataclysm? Oh, that's cool. For some reason, I didn't think they got that till later on. Yeah, Green Goblin, I feel the same way. Yeah, I think like I think some of the resentment like came from the fact that we didn't realize that like Classic Era was gonna pop back off. Because, you know, back in the Burning Crusade, like the Classic Era realms were dead. No one played Classic Era. No one was playing Classic Era, so like we just wanted the game to stay like within the old world, but we wanted it to progress up to Wrath of the Lich King. But now everyone's playing Classic Era, because a lot because of hardcore. But also because retail's so awful to play. But that's another thing. Tauren got Paladin. Okay, cool. Yeah, so they opened up a lot of really cool ones. Yeah, that's really exciting. Dwarf mages.
What would you ask of death?
Not Night Elf mages yet, though, right? Not Night Elf mages till later.
I haven't got all day.
Ivar the Foul. Alright, we're level 17. We could probably handle him. I see a bunch of dead bodies here already. Kate, happy Sunday. Thanks for being here. He's not in here. I suppose we will wait for the respawn. I don't think retail is good for new or returning players. Yeah, I think it's just a bad game for people who've been out of the game for a long time, and it's a bad game for people who are new to WoW. There's too much going on with it. There's too many systems. There's too many currencies. There are too many quests. Too many places that you can go. It's like too many pitfalls to fall into unless you're like following a guide or having like a knowledgeable player kind of guide you through. It's just, yeah, and it's not anywhere near as fun. Like when you play Classic, the game begins at level 1, and everything you do matters from level 1. When you play retail, the game doesn't start to level 60. Hell, there's not even a reason for you to touch professions or think about any of that stuff until 60. Retail starts at level 60, or whatever the current max level is. And so that's a different type of game, and I don't think it's friendly for new people, and I don't think it's really great for returning people who've been away for a long time. Retail is good for people who play retail. They never stop playing retail. They log into retail every day and they play every day. For those 200 people, retail's a really awesome game right now because those 200 people are getting all kinds of content all the time. But for everybody else who's either like been away or they're relatively new, it's not a good place for them to go. And I feel like it gives people if people go to retail WoW as their first brush with MMOs, it's like that's why MMOs are dead as a genre. Because people play retail WoW and they're like, what, this is a fucking MMO? This is garbage. I'll just go play some Destiny 2 or some Call of Duty. Like, I want to play with my friends. Like, what is this garbage? And there's no journey for them to get attached to. You know, there's no meaning in the lower level stuff. Yeah, if retail's good for people who like the complexity that it offers. Retail itself doesn't offer complexity. What offers complexity is Blizzard being okay designing a game that requires a person to have multiple add-ons to play it well. Yeah, like inherently there is complexity, but only in the sense that you can't perform well in the encounters now unless you have 12 add-ons running. And the complexity there is installing the add-ons and setting them up. You gotta watch Preach. You gotta watch a video of some dude setting up the add-ons, where they go in the folder structure, how to configure them properly. That's the complexity that retail offers you. The complexity of spending an hour and a half fixing your add-ons and your UI before you can even play the game with other people. That's where most of the complexity is at. And then the complexity of playing whack-a-mole with all your add-ons as they buzz at you, beep at you, alert you, flash at you. So yes, it's complex setting it up, and it's complex whack-a-mole once you're doing any kind of content. Absolutely. So if you like that kind of complexity, then retail is where you want to be. If you like to play a video game and like log in and just like, oh, I'm off work, well, log in and play, then come play Classic. Especially if you're new to MMOs or you're new to WoW in general. But yeah, for those 200 people that have never stopped playing retail, they like the complexity. Yeah, and it's better for them to call it complexity than to call it just like systems stacked on systems stacked on systems that don't offer any fun or real value. We can just call it complexity. Yeah, the Bill, you have it exactly right. It says, I was away from WoW for a super long time, played retail, and it was kind of fun, it looks great, but it was super overwhelming and led me back to Classic. Yeah, exactly. It looks great. The game is effing beautiful. The character customizations are like top notch. And everything about it looks really cool. It's you press the buttons, your spell effects light up. And yeah. But then you get to endgame, or you try to figure out any kind of group content, and that's where it all falls down. And then you also realize that while you're playing alone and leveling, that none of your journey matters. The journey you're on doesn't matter 1 to 60. You're just playing through old content that hasn't been touched, that you probably don't care about.
Speak quickly.
Trying to get your character to max level so you can install 12 add-ons. So you can get flamed in every heroic run you do because you don't watch 7 videos about how to pull the right way.
Watch your back.
And yeah. And then you come back. Lee, retail is better than Classic. If you're not good at the game, just say so. I say this respectfully because I do like your content, but I wish you wouldn't be so negative about the game. Leave the stream, man. I'm not being just being negative about the game. I just said a bunch of positive stuff about it. I'm just saying, like, it's not good for new players, and it's not good for people who've been away for a long time. It's not good for me, but like that's not me being negative. That's me being honest, man. There's no complexity in retail. Right. I think that most of the complexity is in watching your add-ons. And there are people, like Lee, you know, who like that. And that's fine. You're allowed to like it. But my point is, it's not good for new players. It's not good for people who've been away for a long time. Unless they like to watch guides. Unless they like to read guides. These things aren't just inherently negative. I'm not just bashing the game. It's honest observation that's backed up not just by my words, but by many other people's accounts of their own experiences. Either trying to play it fresh or trying to get back into it, you know? And you can't invalidate someone else's experience by saying that they're being negative. That doesn't invalidate the reality of it. It doesn't. I live for danger. I live for the danger of a close camera. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and if you don't want to hear any critiques about retail, if you're so protective of your love for it that you think that any critique of any aspect of it is negativity, then that's crazy, because that's not reality. Yeah, right. You said a thing that you think is true, that you feel, but it had nothing to do with what I was saying. Yeah, I'm garbage at the game because I don't use add-ons. So yeah, obviously I suck, you know, and I don't play it because I think it's not good for me. I don't have fun with it. I don't think there's anything enjoyable about it. I think it's pretty. I think the art is amazing. I think some of the stories are getting better. You know, I like looking off into the distance in the sky and like seeing the world. But as far as like the gameplay, well, yeah, I don't enjoy it. One night in Paris. I'm one of those 200 people that love retail and pushed high multi-classing, but I agree with you. Retail is not a great place. It's dead. No people to play with. Yep. Yeah, because like the people who are stuck in retail, like you guys know. You guys understand the systems. You guys, maybe you play the PTR to learn the new stuff. And you log in and you want to play it every day. And for those people that want to play Dragonflight every single day, who they probably played Shadowlands most days, they probably played BFA most days, that's fine, you know, because there isn't any like complexity when you're around it the whole time. When you're around it the whole time, like you know the currencies, you know the systems, you know what content is relevant and what content isn't relevant. You know the best ways to level up an alt because you've leveled all the classes. Like for the people who are in Dragonflight, like the game's amazing for you. You're getting all kinds of content, you understand what's going on because you've been in it. But the game has become very, very like exclusive to the people who are in it. And it's become very difficult for someone out of it to be able to get in it and to feel like they're having a meaningful experience. That's like the biggest problem. Is like, yeah, anybody can pick up retail, slam the buttons, and get a character to 60. There's zero complexity in that. But if you want to do what you feel is meaningful content, you want to get something out of the game that's like just not just intrinsic but extrinsic, like it doesn't do anything for most people. It doesn't compel most people to stick with it, to farm the currencies, to do the content, because there are a lot of barriers to entry to some of the hardest content. And the first barrier to entry to harder content in retail WoW is the add-ons you have to install, set up, and learn how to use. That's not in-game difficulty. That's not in-game complexity. Someone's not necessarily bad at a game because they don't want to play with 12 add-ons. That means the game design is bad. The fact that the game requires you to have all the add-ons to be successful at the encounters, it means that the game design is bad. And the people that are bad at the game are people like me who aren't using the add-ons. So yeah, we fucking suck. And we feel bad too. Like, not only do we suck in groups, we feel bad about it the whole time. Because we have no idea what the fuck is going on. Because our 12 add-ons aren't beeping at us, buzzing at us, and yelling at us to do all the things we're supposed to do when we're supposed to do it. because we didn't watch a video 7 times of the proper route. So of course I'm a bad tank because I didn't watch the video of this week's proper route through all the dungeons, memorize it, draw it on some fucking paper, pin it up in front of me, and then execute it perfectly every time. Like, the necessity of that kind of stuff, that's not like, yeah, like players are bad at it, but a lot of people are bad at it because it's bad design. It is a dead game. It's a dead game in the sense that new people aren't coming into it. If you look at any actual numbers, you will know this. If you look at any actual data, the data we have to extrapolate based on boss kills and shit like that, because Blizzard won't give us real numbers. If you look at any actual data, you'll see that it is dying. You'll see that new people are not coming to it. Every patch, it bleeds more and more people from the high-end content. More and more people leave and don't come back. A lot of them come to Classic, but a lot of them just go play other games. Like, the numbers for the current tier, if you're looking at like boss kills, how many times who has killed bosses, unique players and guilds killing bosses. If you compare the tiers from like this tier to back in Shadowlands, it's half. If you go back to BFA, it's like 1/4. BFA and Shadowlands were not good expansions. By all accounts, Dragonflight is a much better expansion than either Shadowlands or BFA, and yet the numbers are way, way down. By less than half of the people playing. It's down. It's way, way down. It's way down. Like, it just is. By any estimation of player base, doing actual endgame content, the game's basically empty. Try doing some rated PvP. See if you can raise your rating at all. Have fun with that. It's a dead game also in the sense that if you play it, you sit 3 to 4 hours in queues to find a group. Then someone does something wrong and the M20 is disbanded 5 minutes into the run. Yeah, and then if you're part of what went wrong, you're flamed. There's toxicity. People lash out at you and are generally horrible. But either way, you've wasted all your time and you've got nothing to show. Yeah, Adam, I know. Asmund talks about this stuff all the time, right? Yes. And it's because we all have the same problems with the game. Like, people say the same things because we all hate the same things about retail. And a lot of us are people who we have played WoW for the 20 years it's been out, but a lot of us can't play retail anymore because of the state of the game design. And even a lot of people who have played retail, we can tell by the numbers that, like, people are not playing retail. People are leaving retail and they're not coming back. And like, so people can live with their heads up their asses about it. You can just like tell yourself actual lies, like the game isn't dead, like the game is complex and has value to play. Like you can tell yourself the game is fun and that finding groups is okay. You can find groups. You can tell yourself all these lies, and you can continue to live in this way. But if you do that, one day the game you love might not be around anymore. It's better just to like wake up, accept reality, and then like petition for change. Petition for a game with systems that is like not daunting to someone who's stepped out for a couple months. A petition for a game that like a new player could find, that they could have a meaningful journey, and that they could engage in content that they find value and fun in. And you know, mainly just a game where you don't have to install a bunch of add-ons and learn how to use them and watch 17 videos and read 6 guides to learn how to play. And some things they've done have taken some steps closer to that. Like when I look at the talent trees, not the class trees, because the class trees are garbage. But when I look at the spec trees are actually in a pretty good spot. For the most part, when I level up a character, I feel like I can read the talents. I have an understanding of what the talents are going to do for my character, and I can pick based on that. So some of the things that they've done recently are a step in the right direction. Talents kind of be... Now the class trees need to go away completely. But the spec trees are really good. And that's one example of how, you know, that they're not only taking steps backwards, but you know, it's about like simplicity. So the talents, like, you know, they're not super simple, but they're simple enough that for the most part you can read them, you can think about your class, and you can say, okay, I think I want this one. Now on the class tree side, they still have a long way to go. For that one, basically, you just want to pick a guide and follow a guide for that, because otherwise each talent is 2 paragraphs, and a lot of the top tier talents reference things that your class doesn't have yet that you don't get till later on, so you have no idea what it's talking about. So yeah, for the class side, you basically need to follow a guide, but for the spec trees, I feel like for the most part, a person could read them and kind of like know what they want to do with their character. But all the endgame stuff, they need to rethink what's going on with endgame. Just maybe the whole game in general, but about like just designing encounters that can somehow be challenging. It's got to be possible to design encounters that are challenging, that are fun, that don't require you to have 6 add-ons to figure out what's happening. There's got to be a way to do it. I'm not a game designer, but there's got to be some way. They need to just stop designing for add-ons. That would be another big step. If they have other issues too, the currencies, yeah. Oh, they have so many currencies. Yeah, even when I tried to get back in 10.1, there were already so many currencies that like I didn't know what was relevant, what was outdated, or anything. I had to watch a goddamn video. I don't think you should have to watch a video or read a guide to play a game. I think that the game should have systems that could be explained through the game. And that are obvious enough for players to figure out and get into on their own. Amy, nice. You made it through security. That's awesome. And they have to be looking at how much people are enjoying Classic. They have to be looking at how much people are enjoying Classic, and like maybe something in their brains will eventually click, and they'll be like, "Well, what do people like about Classic?" Well, we like the simplicity of it. We like that it actually is an MMORPG, and not like an instance content simulator. That's what people like about Classic. Is that Classic feels like an actual video game. Whereas retail just feels like you're playing the add-ons. You're just playing the add-ons. You don't even really need to worry about what's going. You can't see what's going on half the time anyway if you're in any kind of group situation, because the spell effects are so outrageous and indecipherable to the human eye. But not only that, but you don't need to see. You just need to see your add-ons. That's all you're doing. And so I think what people like about Classic is it's not that. At no level of gameplay is WoW Classic about playing your add-ons. You're not waiting for these things to pop on the screen. You're not looking at the timer. Like, you don't have to do it that way. You can just play the game and have a good time. And I know my inventory's been full for a while. Listen, my inventory is effed. And my inventory is going to continue to be effed every single day until I have like 8 or 10 slot bags. And I've contemplated a couple things. I've contemplated like just dropping my professions, like maybe just flat out dropping them. Or just keeping herbalism and skinning and just trying to sell everything. Just selling everything could be an option, because yeah, my inventory is just, it's going to be in bad shape. So once Classic dropped, you never went back to retail? Yeah, like I wasn't really playing retail at all when Classic dropped, so like Classic kind of brought me back into WoW. Because I'd fallen out of retail. It was the endless AP grinds that kind of killed retail for me originally. Now I did go play Shadowlands obviously, so Classic though got me back into the game in general. If Classic had never existed, I definitely would not be sitting here with you guys right now, and I probably wouldn't be playing WoW at all right now. I don't really know what I'd be doing. But I probably wouldn't be playing MMORPGs at all. Maybe I'd be playing Starfield right now. I don't know. Nocterzo, if you put your character name into the chat, either myself or one of the officers should be able to get you. John, good morning. Yeah, it's like I said, retail is good for the 200 people playing it, and they're so lucky to have all the content they have right now. But for people that just want to play an MMO, it's not really great for them. John, I'm doing pretty well. I'm ranting a little bit about retail. Every time I rant about retail, someone's gonna be like, "Oh, you're just being negative about retail. Can't you leave retail alone? Blizzard's a multi-dollar company. They're doing the best they can." That's what happens every time I say anything that's not just praise for retail. Other than that, I'm doing great. Other than the non-arguments, I'm doing great. My bags are full. That sucks. That's the worst part of the day so far, is that I got full bags. I have full bags, and I don't know what I can do about it, really. If I had a single bag slot open, I could make one more heavy linen. That's not going to help me. Yeah, it's bad. I didn't check my mail at the Sepulchre. I could have a bunch of 10 slot bags sitting in my mail right now. And I didn't check my bags. Because I was busy being super negative about retail. And that took all my processing power, apparently. Anubis, take care, man, if you're heading out. We'll try to stay alive. Retail hurt me. I can't talk about it. Oh Jesus! I thought I put a skull on this guy. Is this a different one? Are there two of them? I put a skull on this guy earlier. Oh God, he's going after somebody. He's going after somebody. Oh no! Run away! Oh no, guys, it's happening! Oh God, no! No! Run! No! Jesus! Oh no! Oh no! Hey, at least they weren't someone in the guild. Oh my gosh. Mage Brain, how am I only level 17? I spend so much time just being negative about retail that I barely even play or press the buttons. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm also 40 years old, so like I can't play video games at all hardly. And those are good reasons why I'm only level 17. Oh God. I can't believe we saw him claim a victim. It's like they didn't even see him coming, you know? It was always way too late. Wow, he almost got you, that's right. Yeah, he almost got me too. On the other warrior, he almost got me. Even though we seemed to be pretty far away, he still had aggro, we had to run. But like, that mage had no chance. Did they not have blink? No, at level 13, they probably don't have blink, do they? If that guy had blink, he might have got away. I think he could have got away. Oh man, that was rough to watch. Blink's level 20. Yeah, don't come here. Don't come here without blink. Oh man. I wonder if that guy will end up on a death reel. Do people have to like submit their clips somewhere for the Blizzard death reel or whatever? Do people submit their own clips? Is that how it works? Oh, I need inventory space so badly. So badly. Yeah, they do have to submit their clips. Yeah, I feel like people who die for real, and they're not staging, I feel like people that die for real, like, they don't want anyone to see it. You know, they don't want to submit their clip because they just don't want to have died. Like, if I die, I'm not submitting my clip. Nobody needs to see that. You guys see it. That's enough. That's a good point about the trees. Yeah, the trees, you won't be able to see the health bar or the floaty name if he's behind a tree. And there's plenty of trees here for him to be behind, so... It's a sketchy area in general. I'm kind of worried about fighting these bears over here. Oh, he's coming back. No, he's not. He's standing there, though. He disappeared, guys. He just vanished into thin air. I don't know what that means for the mark we have on him. I don't know if that means the mark we have on him goes away. Oh, no, he's back. He's back. Oh, God. Is he coming back? Oh, he's hanging out. He's just being super creepy, man. Oh, he's going to break out into a run or something. I know it. Yeah, he's on his way back. But he's being really creepy about it. Oh, the skull we can see through trees. Oh, that's tricky. So, okay, if we have him marked, we'll see it even if there are trees up. So you have to mark him. Oh, God, I wish he would go. Just go away. Steven, return mail is instant. That's a good strategy, man. I did not know that. 20 years, and I didn't know that return mail was instant. That's pretty nice, actually. Yeah, I might exploit that now, thank you. Have I thought of getting unit scan? If it's another add-on, I probably won't. I try to do as few add-ons as I can. I'm sure there's something that will, like, tell me where the guys are at. You know, like, scans the area, tells me where the guys are at. That's not, you know, like, to say any add-on is cheating at this point is kind of silly. But, yeah, I do try to keep the add-ons down. I don't even know if I want to come this way. There's not really any other way for me to go. It yells when a dangerous mob is close. Yeah, for hardcore that feels kind of cheaty, though. How many people run with that add-on that Janice is talking about? You can be honest. It's fine, because at this point, to say any add-on is cheating is kind of silly at this point. But yeah, for hardcore, it just seems... Alerts when there's rares. Yeah, it just seems for hardcore like a little bit cheaty. I know people are like, well, you use Questie. Questie literally tells you where to go. It literally tells you where to go. How is that not cheating? It's not the same thing. Not even close to the same thing. Before someone gets there, I'll get there first. I'll beat you to it. Okay, this is I don't use it, and I got killed. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what's supposed to happen, you know. Sometimes you get killed by Son of Aragorn. I mean, I ran right into Morladim. Had I had that add-on, I'd have been like, oh, expertly avoided. But that would have been kind of cheaty, you know? And but I mean, I bet it keeps people alive a little bit longer. You definitely increase your chance of survival. I'm kind of worried now because I don't see him anywhere. But we're kind of right where he was pathing. And it's not like anybody could have killed him. So yeah, I'm not really... I'm not digging this spot, but we need one more Grizzled Bear Heart, so... Yeah, I like staying limited to the add-ons that I'm currently using. Like, I'm fine with Questie at this point. Bagnon Leatrix is doing a few things for us. And then we have Immersion changing the quest text, which doesn't matter as much for these playthroughs since we're not reading the quest. But it still looks nice anyway. Okay, we have to navigate a way out of here. Okay, we're done over here. We don't have to go this way. We have to get to the dead fields. I don't think he patrols through the dead fields, so if I'm in the dead fields, I should be relatively safe. He does patrol through the dead field. Okay, good. Okay, good. Perfect. Perfect. Well, I have to go there, so we will just have to rely on a little bit of luck, I suppose. Alright, Night Lash is not up yet, so now we gotta stand here and fight these guys until Night Lash appears. What's going on over here? They ran over to this spirit and they're talking to the spirit? What's this about? Seems a little bit suspect. This is gonna be so much loot that I have to leave on the ground. I'm gonna lose my absolute mind. I can't deal with this. Oh my god. Okay. There's one spot open. This is going to be 2 spots open. This I just want to drop on the ground. We should pop some of these potions just to start using them. I'm dropping the discolored potions. I don't care. Okay. It's not perfect. It's a little better. Let's go with this. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they just killed him so fast. I couldn't do anything. Oh my god, I'm not, I can't even act. I'm just frozen. I'm paralyzed with fear. What happened to that guy? Why is she healing? He did not want to accept that invite, I guess. Or he was already in a group. Wrong place, wrong time. Yeah, I'll say. That was horrible to watch. For a minute I thought maybe we'd be able to help out. And then it all just happened so fast. That was terrible. They just had like too many gnolls on them, right? It was not just Night Lash. It was Night Lash and a bunch of gnolls. It was horrible. We have seen 2 people die today. And we've only been going for about an hour. But we have witnessed 2 people just get annihilated. I don't know how to feel about it. Wow, you were here for 10 minutes trying to do this one? Yeah, I think we're going to be here for a while now. I really needed to get into that group of those people. Because, yeah, we could be fighting here for a bit. Luckily, you know, we have a few levels on these guys. So if we kind of get surrounded, they're not going to melt us right away. He says moments before he gets melted. Here we go. This'll help. What server are we on? We are on Skull Rock. These guys go for the heal like really, really early. Oh, level 14, Soothing a Cow, Dead Mist Peak, Burning Blade Toxicologist. Oh, you were going up on the mountainside for that quest. F's. F's. Well, we've killed quite a few of these guys, and she doesn't seem to have any interest in coming out to play. Yeah, sometimes I come here and she's already out, you know. I've had it happen where she's already out. Other times, it does seem to take forever to convince her to respawn. It's supposed to be like you kill the guys, she gets mad and comes out, but it just seems to be on a really long timer instead. Unlike every other named guy right now, who respawns pretty quickly. She does not. It's probably just like, yeah, like one of these guys is going to trigger her to come out, and unless the one spawns in with the trigger, she doesn't. It feels more like that. It's not a numbers game. If it were just a numbers game, we would have we'd have got there already. It's got to be that, like, you're right. One spawns in with a trigger. When you kill that one, she spawns in. That's why sometimes you kill one and she spawns. Other times you kill 500 and she's still not out yet. Elvira, hello, good afternoon. I agree, Delcat. I agree. And part of it is because you can look at the screen and it's really easy to tell what's going on. It makes it super simple just to like watch it, just to play it. You can look at the screen and like, yeah, everything makes sense. They got her somewhere. She's dead somewhere. I saw them loot the item. Yeah, we didn't even get to fight her. But at least we get to loot her. All right. We are off. Let's try to be careful not to like run into a Son of Aragorn at this point. We'll try to get back to the road. Yeah, I haven't seen one since the one we marked kind of vanished. I don't know if he's still down that way or what's going on. I'm chasing herbs when I should probably just be getting to the road. Redfire, good morning. Thanks for being here. It's going well today, yeah. We're still alive. We watched 2 people get killed already right in front of us. One of them to a Son of Aragorn, one of them to like a bunch of gnolls. And there were other players around too, but that person just got devoured, just ripped apart. Right in front of us and everybody. It was creepy. But we're fine. Yeah, besides watching some people bite it, we're fine. It's the most people I've ever seen die, like, up front and personal in a single play session. Gotcha, Victoria. Yeah, it's been savage, yeah. Neither time were we in any kind of position to help. With Aragorn, like, we couldn't get involved. With the gnolls, it happened so quick, like, I thought to jump in, but, like, before I processed what was happening, it was, like, 4 gnolls and they were dead. We had no chance to really intervene. For hardcore, they need to do, like, account G invites. Like, you need to like be able to G-invite somebody's account, so that then when they have to re-roll, they're just like, they're still in the guild, you know? Cadus, nah. You like to re-invite? Oh, true. Fair, man. Yeah, that's a good point.
Embrace the shadow.
Alright, that's fair.
Farewell.
How about if you grab the same name, if you get your exact same name, then it re-invites you? How about something like that? Like, your character dies, you create a new character with the same exact name, you're still in the guild. Maybe something like that. I don't know. JK Barber, good morning, good afternoon to you. Afternoon now, for me.
What is it? Goodbye.
At level 17, like how many things have we out-leveled back in the Barrens? Oh man, we are like we're almost too far ahead of the leveling curve. It's okay. Nothing yet. We should go back and we should do these level 12 quests before they go gray. We have a recipe for death. I think that goes back to the Undercity. Maybe. Yeah, okay. That is what we're doing. We're going to go to the Undercity. We're going to turn in Recipe for Death, and then we are going to also turn in this quest in the Undercity. Then I think we need to go to the Barrens for a while. We have this stuff to do as well. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. we got so many quests to do.
And you are...
It's kind of nuts.
Watch you.
Worst case scenario, we do these 2 quests right here in Tearsfall Glades, we hit level 18, and then we lose like 1 or 2 level 12 quests that we might not get full XP for. Because yeah, I think like level 12 here, level 13, and then in the Barrens we have level 12 stuff. Level 12, level 13. Okay. If we're 1 level gray, I think we still get all the quest experience. I think. And at level 18, we'll be six levels out from a level 12 quest. So yeah, I think it'll be green-gray. I think at 6 levels, it'll be green-gray, and we'll still be able to get all the XP from it. I think we're fine to do these first, and then we head right to the crossroads. We'll get a little bit of it. We'll get XP. Yeah, I think being 1 level gray, I think we'll get XP. I think once we're 7 levels higher, then I think the amount of XP drastically decreases. And then any higher than that, we probably wouldn't get anything. But I think if we hit 18, we'll still be able to get full credit from a level 12 quest. Hey, we might not even hit 18 doing these 2 quests because I doubt we're going to be getting kill experience from any of the creatures around that area. But what I'm worried about is like we're gonna turn in 2 quests here, so if it's a drop quest, the drop rate will be abysmal. These are kill quests, so we should be fine. Alright, so we need to go to the Apothecarium for both of these. Check my mail. Absolutely. Let me do that right now. Because if I run off and I don't do it now, it's never going to get done. It's never going to get done. So I'm kind of hoping that I don't get sick this week, but my son, of course, he went to school for 4 days, so he has a sore throat. He had a sore throat last night. He was coughing a little bit this morning. His nose is starting to run a little bit. Oh, I have no room for this stuff. That's so embarrassing. And so I'm hoping that I don't get sick. A lot of times when he brings like a little bug home from school, like we don't get it. The adults don't get it. So I'm hoping this is going to be like that.
What do you require?
But yeah, it's crazy. He went back for we've been out for 3 months of summer. He hasn't had a single illness really. And then he goes back for 4 days and immediately is sick. Great, school's awesome. Let's keep packing our kids into these tiny classrooms and not having them wash their hands. It's fine.
Beware the living.
Ghost, you got sick from your wife and you've been laid up for 3 days? Yeah. See, I don't want that to... If I get super sick, I should still be able to be here. And I just might not be able to talk as much, which for a lot of people that would be a bonus. This is awesome. Thank you for the bags. I appreciate it. That's great. It's gonna be a lifesaver. Oh, I still need to do some management and sell some stuff, but yeah. I think for right now, like I might just cram my alchemy stuff in the bank. And then we'll work on it like at some point. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Let's do this. I do need these. Yeah. I'm gonna make all these that I can. And then I'm gonna stash the rest of the stuff in the bank. That's awesome. Yeah, kids are gross. They are. Yeah, they pick their nose, they eat the boogers, they don't wash their hands unless you like tell them and then make them.
This had better be.
They're gross. They don't know how to not be gross, you know. And the teachers and the school people, they don't give an F. They're not making sure your kid washes his hands before and after meals. They don't care that your kid can't keep his hands out of his mouth to save his life. They can't care, you know. They can barely teach. They can't care. They can't take on any kind of responsibility for the kids. I'm probably gonna stash this stuff too. How are we looking here? We're looking like maybe we should be doing wool, right? Do I need any more skill ups from this? I don't think that I do. I think we're just waiting until we get wool now. That looks better. Let's go sell the old bags.
Trust no one.
Gargling salt water, that is a good idea. Yep. It tends to at least like help you feel a little better, but it can kill like harmful stuff that's living in the back of your throat.
I have exactly what you need.
I feel like, yeah, that's good. Let's put this here. What else? Maybe we do a little bit of cooking. We can't do cooking. Yes, we can. Okay, only these though. 19 of them. Yep, we'll do this, then we'll sell it. That'll open up some more space. Adam's a 5th grade teacher, you can confirm that? That kids are gross, or that you just like you don't have time to be bothered to make them do things that they ought to do on their own? Probably both of those things. Yeah, even at home, I tell my kid a million times, they wash your hands, wash your hands, wash your hands, keep your hands out of your mouth, wash your hands. And so I know when I'm not observing him, he's not keeping his hands out of his mouth. It's obvious. He chews on his nails or something. It's like, stop chewing your nails. We can just clip them. Yeah, I feel like every year gets worse for kids and anybody getting sick. Like viruses, they just become more virulent, you know. They become more able to like just overrun our immune systems and just get us sick. Like he missed a lot of time last year, and he'll probably miss a lot of time this year. Because like when he has a fever or he's truly miserable, like I don't send him to school. I just keep him home. But I might have to start sending him if he has a cough unless they need to send him home, because he's gonna miss so many days. See, I give him a break after recess before lunch, but you're not watching. Yeah, you're not watching because it's not really the teacher's job. But the problem is this: I'm not with my kid, so I can't do it. So I really wish someone would. Not make them or force them, but at least habitually tell them and remind them, you know? I get that you can't make the kids do anything. But I just hope that, like, teachers are out there saying, okay, remember, wash your hands, but I think that they're not. That's my problem, is like, yeah, it's not your job, but shit, I'm not there. Like, it is my job, but society says I have to send him to you for 9 hours a day. So that's where it's kind of effed up. It's like, I don't even have the chance to instill those habits in him now that his brain is big enough to hold on to habits. Because, you know, kids start going to school when they're 3 now. So before you're able to permanently instill them with any good habits, because you can't to a 3 or 4-year-old, their brain's not ready to instill habits and routines yet. Before they're ready for you to do that, you have to send them to school. And then the teachers aren't doing it, because teachers are like, well, that's a parent thing. Parents teach you to wash your hands. Yeah, but my kids went into school when he was 4, and they don't learn like that when they're 4. They have to be constantly, like, told over and over to build muscle memory, but it doesn't happen at school, and the kid never washes his hands. So I have problems with it. It's like, I'd rather you teach my kid to wash his hands and teach him about cleanliness than to teach him how to be a human calculator. We have calculators. I can pull one out. He can do math that way. I really wish it would be more about, like, teaching you shit that is actually important. Like, what germs do when you don't wash your hands. How to have good habits. That kind of teaching would be really valuable. More so than turning my kid into a human calculator. We had to turn people into human calculators in the 1800s because we didn't have computers and shit. So it's always weird to me that we're still following basically the same curriculum that school started with back in the 1800s. Because obviously, like, like our technology is different, the skills necessary are different, but nothing changed. It's tiring to teach and none of the kids learn anything in class. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, the schools are just daycare so that parents can work. Yeah, kids don't get a lot of value out of it these days, I don't think. Adam, thanks so much for the membership, man. Welcome. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. I didn't turn in the Ragefire Chasm quest. Of course I didn't. I got distracted talking about school. LOFA says, I'm from the Netherlands. Here my teachers did those things, even brushing teeth. That's effing amazing. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, my kid can't even brush his teeth at lunch. Like, wait. So you're saying they eat food, some of which is, like, sweet shit, and there's not an opportunity to brush their teeth. So, like, how are we teaching good habits if my kid doesn't even have the option to, like, brush his teeth? It doesn't make any sense. Veros, my wife has not come to tell me to stop ranting about education because my wife is traveling today. She's headed to Missouri, into Kansas City for a trip that's like, yeah, she's going to be working because she works out of H&R Black World headquarters, which is in downtown Kansas City. So it's like it's not a work trip in the sense that work paid for it. It's a personal trip because she's got friends there and stuff. And she wants to be in town there for the first Chiefs game of the year, which is also the first NFL game. So it's like a personal trip, but she'll also be working still. She'll be going to the office and working, which is probably going to be a lot more work than working from home. But she enjoys going to the office, so. Yeah, she's traveling today, so she probably isn't even in the stream right now. So I'll rant about what I want. No one can stop me. Y'all education systems are bad, and I'm sick of it. No, Vic, it's never going to guarantee they do it. But what guarantees that they do it is constant repetition. Constant repetition will guarantee that they do it eventually or not. But if they're not even given constant repetition, if there isn't someone there for those 9 hours saying, wash your hands, did you wash your hands? I didn't hear the water, did you wash your hands? Why didn't I hear the water? The water didn't run, wash your hands. If they don't have that, then yeah, of course they're never going to develop good habits. Because you have to develop habits by doing them. And as a kid, the way you do things is when someone makes you. Like, as a kid, the way you do things is someone makes you do it. Like, no, go back and wash your hands, didn't hear the water run. But yeah. But it's not teachers' jobs because they have to cram a bunch of other stupid crap into the kids' heads that they're going to forget promptly and maybe not learn at all. And then in the meantime, they want to bitch at you when your kid misses a bunch of school, but you're not teaching my kid about hygiene, you're not having him wash his hands, so like, really, it's my fault he's sick and has to miss school, so I get the emails, the threatening emails and phone calls about how much school my kid is allowed to miss. I'll tell you this, my kid will miss every day of school I say, because I'm completely legally within my right to not send him to school. I could homeschool him if I want. And therefore, he will miss every single day that he is sick. Because when my kid's really sick, I don't send him to school. Because two things, I don't want to get other kids sick, and other things, school is hard enough already. I don't think a miserable kid should be stuck at school, having a miserable day and feeling worse and worse. So yeah, it's funny that it's like, they don't want to teach them about hygiene or make them do it, and then they tell you that your kid is missing too many days of school for being sick. It's like, give me a break. It's hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. J.K. Barber, yeah, I feel like it is too. But they will literally, once your kid misses more than like 4 days of school, they start sending you these emails. And they're like, they kind of threaten. They're like, if so many days are missed, a truancy officer may be sent to the home. Okay, send somebody to my home. I'll tell them to get the F away from my home. It gets frustrating. It happens midway through the year because, like I said, I usually keep him home whenever he's feeling really, really bad. I ask him, and he likes to go to school. He's a kid who loves to go to school. So if I ask him, like, dude, can you go to school today? And he's like, no. Then I know he can't go. And so when those days happen, I keep him home. And I understand that a lot of parents can't keep their kids home. You know, they have to get to work. They have to get to their job. So a lot of parents don't have the choice. So like a lot of parents will still take their kids in when they're sick, and that's how my kid gets sick. So I get it, you know. The other parents are taking their kids in, they're dropping them off, and then they're getting a phone call in the middle of the day about how they need to come pick up their sick kid. But I just don't take him in. Mike, when you were a kid, you broke your arm, you stayed in school that day? They probably didn't know it was like fully broke, right? They're probably like, you're fine, it's fine, you're probably fine. Meanwhile, your arm is snapped. Yeah, Janice, I shouldn't be homeschooling anybody either. Look what I'm doing with my day. But my point was more that, like, I think it's funny that schools will tell you that your kid has to be there a certain amount of time, otherwise they could take an action, when the reality of it is that I can take an action. I can pull my kid out. And I know, like, for a lot of parents it's not an option. Yeah, so they have to live in fear of the kid being expelled from the school for truancy or something, so they can't keep their kids home. They gotta send them when they're coughing their lungs out and splattering mucus all over other people, because they have to live in fear of the consequences of not being able to send their kid away, because then they wouldn't be able to go work their job. But as someone who doesn't live like that, like, I get super annoyed when they send me those emails. It irks like a special part of my soul. Are we good here? I need one more wailing ancestor. Isn't truancy unexcused? No, after a while, Cadis, you can only have a certain amount of excused absences. Yeah, truancy is technically where the kid just doesn't go and nobody calls. But no, at schools in America, you can only have a certain number of excused absences. And it doesn't matter if you have a doctor's note, and it doesn't matter. They will still send you threatening emails about how much school your kid is missing. And they will say, oh, if this continues, they say they may have to, because I think they know in most scenarios they can't. But the email will say something like, we may have to send a school board official to the home to perform an evaluation and come up with a solution so that the absences can stop. They send you this really corporate sounding email that's basically a veiled threat to send a social worker to your house to figure out, why is your kid sick all the time, why are you not bringing them in, what's going on. And it doesn't matter if you're calling them off or not. Like, I've had 2 years in a row where my kids had to miss like 20 days of school because he'll get sick 4 or 5 times, and each time he's sick he'll miss 2 or 3 days, and then all of a sudden you've missed 25 days of school. Excused or not, they're like, what's going on? You're keeping him out? I'm like, yeah, I'm keeping him out because he's sick. He's a child and he's sick, and I don't have to go to a job, so he's staying home with me. It's 10 a year where you're at, Mike? Yeah, it's probably something similar where I'm at. Yeah, 10 excused absences a year, and after that they're like, oh. But yeah, so far they've never done anything. They just send the email, and I get red in the face about the email, and I just wait for the day that someone comes to my door so I can just tell them to leave. And it's never happened. They've never sent anybody out. But yeah, it is limited regardless of whether you have a doctor's note or anything. Alright, we're all done here. We're all done here. The Hearthstone is like useless. Let's cut over here and we'll try to get the captain. Now we went back there once at like level 14 and there was no way I was going to be able to do the pull by myself. But I'm kind of hoping that at level 17 we will definitely be able to do it now. I can jump that far. Famous last words. I can jump that far. There we go. Deal special. The school system's so bad we need a redo or something. Yeah, it needs a redo. The problem with the school system is simple. They're following the same design for schools that they developed in like the mid 1800s. We're following the same design for schools that we developed in like the 1800s, and that's why it doesn't work. Unless you have like a kid who's homeschooled or online schooled, and even then the curriculum is basically the same. The things they're learning and how they're learning it are essentially the same. But yeah, it needs a redo. But the thing is, like, no matter what, because of how our society is structured, like, they have to be able to lock kids up in a school for 9 hours a day. Because parents have to be able to work. Parents have to be able to go get locked up for 8 hours a day too. So like, the parents are locked up, the kids are locked up. Nobody's free. You're not free. You don't have freedom. You're locked up, and you're sending your kids somewhere where they're locked up, and you do it every day. And then you get a little bit of free time in the evenings, and then you go lock yourself up again. It's like voluntary imprisonment, basically. Some people have jobs that they love. But if you have to go to a place every day, if you have to go there, there's no work from home option. There's no options. If you have to go somewhere every day, you're locked up. And it sucks. you're just locking yourself in. They're locking your kid in, you know. And that's it. Yeah, we fought for freedom so that we can just be enslaved by companies and corporations. It was really easy. Yeah, if you're thinking about your job, ask yourself, can I leave here if I want to and need to? Can I walk out whenever I want and need to? Without losing my job, without sacrificing my livelihood, can I, if I have to or need to or want to, can I get up and leave? And if the answer is no, that's called being a prisoner. It's pretty simple. Josh, do you hate getting ready for work because a part of your brain is realizing that you are about to give up your freedom? Yep, your freedom for the day is about to be extinguished. And I know, I used to sit in my car before work. I just sit, not at my corporate job, which I had fun at, but at other jobs like retail and food service. I'd sit in my car, and I would wait till the very last second that I had to get out because I didn't want to go into that damn place. I hated it. But I couldn't walk away from it. I couldn't just go home. I couldn't call off. You know, I had to do it. So I know exactly what it feels like. Your brain reacts that way, especially when you have a job that you don't like. Your brain reacts that way because it knows that you are about to sell your freedom for the day. And a lot of times, you're not even selling it for a living wage. That's the worst part. It's not even your freedom's not even being bargained at a high price. You know, your freedom is worth $12.99 or $15.65 or $23.58. Like, your freedom is being paid for. All of you are lucky you don't live in a place like Japan. Yeah, Japan's really harsh. They have a very strict idea of work and all that stuff, and it's probably pretty terrible for people that live there. Yep. Yeah, and I've had awesome jobs that I've really loved. But one of the biggest things I loved about my awesome job was that if I wanted to leave in the middle of the day and go home and work from home, I could do that. If I was in the middle of my workday and I was like, yeah, nope, I'm just not feeling it today, I go work from home. I tell my boss I'm taking off. Be back in the office tomorrow. And so that was a big part of why I love the job so much, because the job had freedom built into it. The only time I did not have that freedom was when I was teaching class. But I love teaching class. So I was able to bargain my freedom for that amount of money to do something I loved. But at any other time, I could just leave. I could walk out of the building. I could send an email and go home for the day. And that was part of why I loved the job. Was because freedom was built into it. Yeah, and I think obviously like humans are always going to be happier when they can feel like they have a bunch of freedom in their day. All right, let me focus up on WoW now. I'll focus up on the game for a bit. We have a sketchy pull here. This is sketchy. Okay, it's super sketchy. It's a good thing all these people are like really low level. Otherwise, I can see how this will get out of hand. You don't heal. Don't stop healing. Stop running. You just stand there. You just stop casting. We're gonna have to bandage after this one. Famous last words of Vic. You're level 17. You'll be fine. You're fine. And yeah, and your job feeling like a dead end is another kind of thing that takes away your freedom. Yeah. Even if you're in a job, you're like, this job's not bad, and they pay me enough money. It's okay. Feeling a lack of progress is always going to be stifling to the human brain. The human brain wants to be doing meaningful work. And if we don't even feel like we can progress to the next thing, then our work, it doesn't feel as meaningful at that point. Alright, here we go. We're going to kill the bodyguards first. We have potions. We're going to be fine. Look at those crits. Look at those crits. Yeah, you're going to bleed out. You're fine. Yeah, he bled out over there in the corner. Okay, perfect. And they're all back. We're out. We'll kill this guy. Yeah, like the biggest thing that like school does for people is it conditions your brain to be okay with the idea of being locked up every day for 9 hours a day. That's like the only real big beneficial thing that school is kind of designed to do. Like you get some knowledge crammed into you. If you're a smart person, you're going to discover knowledge on your own. If you're an idiot, you're always going to be like opposed to knowledge. But the main thing that school does for people is that it conditions you to be okay with not being free. Because you just get used to it, you do it your whole life. And so when you go off and you get a job, it's more of the same. And since a lot of people don't like every aspect of school, you're also conditioned to be okay with not liking your job. School is abrasive and often feels stupid, and it's supposed to, because you're supposed to learn to do something you don't really like. You don't like it. You don't like all of it. There are parts you like, there are parts you don't like. Just like most jobs. There are parts you like, and there are parts you don't like. But you're stuck there. And so school does a really good job of just conditioning the human brain to be okay with that. Because if you take a human who has not been conditioned to that at all, and you try to do that to them, they will revolt. They will not be a good time. But school conditions you to it. the part you like about your job is getting paid. Sure. And you can live that way and it's fine. Yep. You're conditioned to be okay with that. Because you think, like, I spent my life in school and they didn't even pay me. That's the other thing school does. It locks you up. They don't pay you. You don't often like all the things you're doing there. Some parts of it are abrasive. There are bullies. There are bad teachers. There's bad food. And over the course of 12 years or 14 years or 60, however long you stay with it, you just get used to it. And then when someone's willing to pay you, you're going to pay me to lock me up? You're happy. Suddenly you're happy. Like, well, this beats all the years I was locked up and they didn't pay me anything. So yeah, this is great. Put the cuffs on. I'm ready to get paid. It just conditions you to be like that. Which is good, because you have to survive in society, so it's good to have a mechanism that conditions you to be okay surviving in society. I could probably run by these guys. They probably would not aggro at this level. I'm fighting them under the pretense that if I run towards them, they'll aggro, but they probably won't. What is my ideal society? We can't even get into that, Cadus. Nah, I can't get into all that stuff. You guys can extrapolate some things based on the things I do say. I'm not a social planner. Yeah, I can't extrapolate like a society that'd be best for people. Nope. That would take graph paper, notebooks, and way too much time. And if I start doing that, then it's a little bit too political. Yeah, Amy's like careful about the no-fly topics. oh, you mean I should not go on a rant about social inequality? Okay, you're probably right. I need a TED Talk for that. Yeah. Luca, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Did I just run behind this building? Yes, I did. Perfect.
What now?
We don't need a reroll. No, I'm not. I'll never get killed while ranting when it's not a troll-based thing. I just took out a bunch of guys. It was fine. Yeah, I appreciate the concern, but I'm not gonna get myself killed ranting about stuff like that. Probably.
Speak quickly.
And I think I got it all out of my system now. Anyway.
Our time will come.
Sometimes, guys, I realize things as I talk, and then what happens is I realize something, and then I keep talking through it to like really flesh out the idea for myself. That's what happens a lot of the time. Okay, so we're done here. We are done here. I should really get this turned in. That would be a really good thing to do. Unless the Zeppelin is here, like right now, or the Zeppelin's pulling up. Is that the Gromgull Zepp? Or is that the Orgrimmar Zepp? Gromgull or Orgrimmar? Damn it. Okay, I think we're getting on the Zepp. Now let's go turn this in. Let's be patient. Let's go turn the Undercity quest in, then we'll come back out. We gotta fight the elevator boss twice to do it this way. But yeah. This is the way. Alright, we're doing this. We're gonna get this one turned in. Man, how sad is it that Mandalorian Season 3 was awful? Okay, no, I won't rant about TV today. I won't do a TV rant, but damn it. No, I'm not going to do it. Oh, you know, we're set in Razor Hill. We could just hearth back to Razor Hill when we're ready. Nah, because there's no flight point. No, we gotta get the Zep, because we gotta get out to Crossroads. If only there were a Zeppelin at Razor Hill. Hey, did Cataclysm bring in all the new flight points? Like, when we play Cataclysm, is there gonna be a flight point in Goldshire and Razor Hill? That'd be nice. At this point, I'd be ready for a version of the game that has that. Don't get on the elevator. Ooh, he took a chance. He took a big chance. Is Cataclysm actually happening? I mean, not right this minute, but yeah, it will. We'll get an announcement about Cataclysm at BlizzCon. Yep, I hope they got like a new trailer for it, like the dude who did the Wrath of the Lich King trailers. I hope they have like a shiny new trailer for it, get people super excited for it. That'd be really cool. Because yeah, the Cataclysm will happen. It'll probably be next summer. Yeah, summer of 2024 is when we should see Cataclysm. Summer of 2024. And then, like, I don't know about, like, a new retail expansion. Aren't we due for a retail expansion, like, by the end of the year 2024? Or maybe the beginning of 2025? I kind of lost track about, like, how long Dragonflight's been out. But the next patch is going to be, what? The 10.1.7? Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably get announcements for Cataclysm, and obviously we'll get an announcement for the new retail expansion, the South Seas or whatever the piratey thing is that they're gonna do. 2025. Yeah, Bellular keeps saying 2024, but like I feel like that's too soon. I feel like that's wrong. But I guess it could be at the very tail end of 2024. Then again, they don't tend to ship a classic expansion in the same year as a retail expansion, so. One of those things isn't going to be true. Either we're not getting Cataclysm in 2024, or we're not getting a retail X-Pack in 2024. One of those things is not true. Classic era announcements at BlizzCon, there will be this many. No, they'll tell you about the new season. The only classic era stuff that's going to happen at BlizzCon is they'll announce the new season. And the season will come out really quickly after they announce it, because they promised us a new season by the end of this year. BlizzCon is happening in November 20th or something. So what'll happen is, like, they'll talk about the new season and it'll be out in like 2 or 3 weeks from BlizzCon. So it'll be like lots of hype, and then it'll be out really quick.
You think you
and the new season is probably, and then they'll probably talk about hardcore. Hardcore is doing well, exceeding our expectations. In the future, we are going to open self-found servers, a new way to play hardcore. That's what you'll hear. Self-found hardcore, fresh start, and Season of Mastery 2.
Don't waste my time.
What do we got here? Oh, nice, very nice. Whoops. Yeah, Vic, they said they're going to do a new season, but that they have a surprise. That it's not going to be another SOM2. But you know what? When they said that, that was when they realized that it couldn't just be SOM2. Like, I don't think when they said that they knew what the surprise was yet. They were just like, guys, people are really, they don't want Season of Mastery 2. We have to make sure they don't think it's Season of Mastery 2. And they're like, we're gonna have a surprise, right? I hope it's a good one. But yeah, all we know is it won't be Season of Mastery 2. So we can hope that means that it won't be dead after 3 months of a year-long season. If they can do something so that it's not dead 3 months into a year-long season, that would be really cool. If they could not take a year off between seasons, that would be a really big positive change. So there's some low-hanging fruit. Yeah, there's some easy things that they could do to make it better. Now, will they do these things? We don't know. Probably not. But we'll see. We'll see. BlizzCon, we're going to hear all about it at BlizzCon. We've got a few months to go.
What is it?
And, like, sadly, like, because of that, I don't think we're gonna get any big announcements until BlizzCon.
Farewell.
I don't think we're going to hear about the season.
Trust
I don't think we're going to hear much about the self-found hardcore servers.
Beware.
I don't think we're going to get to hear any news until BlizzCon, you know?
Dark Lady watch over.
Gotcha, Dudu. Appreciating the Witcher names. The Witcher naming convention that you seem to have going on. I appreciate it. What do I think about Wrath Hardcore? I don't have any interest in it for some reason. I don't know why. It's just as easy to get killed, I'll tell you that. I've gotten killed in Wrath, sure, plenty of times. I don't have a lot of excitement for it, and I feel like most people feel that way, and I don't have an exact reason why. Because I like the class design in Wrath a lot. I love having the Blood Elves and the Draenei to play. I don't know. But there doesn't seem to be any excitement or hype around that concept, even though I know that some people do it. I feel like I would enjoy it, yeah. The thing is, if I played it, if it were a thing that people were doing, because part of hardcore is that people are doing it, there's other people to play with, you're on the journey together. I couldn't play, I don't want to go play Wrath Hardcore on a server where not everyone is hardcore. Because as we saw earlier today, some of the coolest moments of hardcore is when, someone's about to die and you can help them. Or, when someone's dying and you can't do anything about it because you'll get yourself killed. It has these moments in it that are very engaging, more engaging than most games, and the reason is because we're all one life characters. It's literally the character's life, literally on the line. It's the biggest consequence you could think. And if you're playing hardcore on a Wrath server, no one else is, you know. And so maybe that's why there's just not hype around it. But I'd love it if there was. Hardcore is more hardcore than vanilla because the game is terribly unbalanced in terms of classes. Yeah, yes. But again, I think it's easy to get killed in Wrath as well. You know, I die all the time. I don't know. Yeah, then you have to go into the expansions, yeah. I would try it, but like I said, it would need to be everybody would have to be doing it, because it wouldn't be enjoyable to me to do it in a vacuum, you know? But yeah, it's something. Maybe they'll think about it someday. Alright guys, we are 2 hours into the stream. I need to take a little break for lunch. So I'm gonna keep the stream going. You guys can hang out. Moderators, you know what to do. Make sure the hammers are loose in their sheaths. Make sure that they're nimble, ready to be pulled out at a moment's notice. And I'm gonna take a little break. I think I'm gonna take a 10-minute break. I'm gonna make some SpaghettiOs and meatballs, stuff like that. And I'll just keep the stream going. And if you guys can hang out, that's awesome. I appreciate it. If you gotta go, thank you so much for being here and for hanging out with us this morning. Let me do a little pinned note. It's 1:03. I'll aim to be back around 1:15. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, we'll see. 1:15. Yeah, make sure you guys hydrate, make sure you stretch your legs, make sure you eat some food if you're hungry. Do all the things. And I will see you guys on the flip side. hey guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, so many of you stayed. It's crazy. Don't you guys have work to do? Alright, so now we get on the Zeppelin. On a Sunday? On every day. This is corporate world. You will work all of your hours. Yeah, you'll go to work for the Advent Coalition. Your new alien overlords. They're even more corporate than we are. See, Mike worked this morning. A world of corpcraft, yes. Exactly, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, when you work for yourself, or certain jobs also, like, you kind of work all the time. I remember when I was a trading developer, like, you know, you'd be working on, like, content, and you can't really control when, like, ideas come to you. So sometimes you'd come up with a really good idea for a piece of content on the weekend. Sometimes you'd come up with a piece of content at 9 o'clock at night. And you have to write out the idea at least, and, like, kind of map it out for yourself, otherwise, like, the idea, like, leaves your head. So I remember feeling like, when I worked at corporate, I remember feeling like I could be working at any moment. I could be working all the time at a moment's notice. What do I do for work these days? Nothing. I don't work for anybody anymore. Yeah. I do housework. I pick my kid up from school and take him to school, you know. Other than that, I'm here. I take the dogs for walks. Well, the good dog. The big dog doesn't get to walk anymore. He's a big jerk. Yeah. I don't have what chat would call a job. And I'm not a full-time content creator, because to me that implies, like, okay, Carnage is a full-time content creator because he's on for 8 hours a day, sometimes more. And I'm not here for 8 hours a day. I'm a part-time content creator, part-time unemployed. Yeah. And it works fine for me. I'm lucky enough to be able to do this and have the life that I have. Oh yeah? Steven, that's cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Sure. Why not? Cartafexia, good evening. You guys saw that phase change? Wasn't that like an impressive phase change? It almost seemed like two different clips got blended together and like faded in, faded out. Housework and childcare is valid? It better be, because it feels like work. Yeah, I do the dishes, I vacuum, I mop, I wipe stuff down. Yeah, that's it. I just made some spaghettios and meatballs and poured out some pretzels, and I got a yogurt out. That's meal prep right there. Yeah, excuse me for 1 second. It got warm in my office because I turned the AC off a bit, and instead of being too cold in my office now it's too warm. I'm employed in the home, yeah. Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about enjoying what I do. I could have gone back and like I could have been a training developer anywhere else. And I could have immediately gotten like the equivalent job, like working for some other company. But I had worked for H&R Block for 10 years. And I'd gotten like really invested in it, and I'd gotten really invested in the people there. And I just didn't want to do that again. I didn't want to give another 10 years to a company just to be like let go, you know? It didn't feel like a smart thing to do at the time. Mihai, 2 months, man, that's awesome. Thank you for being here and for being a member. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, I could have went and worked somewhere else, and you know, I could have given them 10 more years of my life. Meanwhile, putting this and everything else I wanted to do, like, kind of on hold or on the back burner. And then, you know, after 10 years, they'd have let me go too, or I'd have left and gone somewhere else, and I just didn't, I just didn't see it. Pretty toxic consideration about unemployed people nowadays. There is a toxic consideration about it. I think that like society's often been like that. I don't think that's a new thing. I think that like, you know, throughout history, like, yeah, people have been toxic towards those who are unemployed because they see themselves and they think that they're doing what they need to do. And a lot of people will look at somebody doing something different and they'll think, well, why the hell should you get to do that? Why the hell should you get to do that while I have to do this? That's how a lot of people feel, and that's just like a human reaction. Yeah, Kate, it sounds like, you see, how you describe your job is how like H&R Block was for me. We didn't work as much from home then, but yeah, my boss was always telling me to leave early. You know, take the day off, leave at 3 o'clock. It's Friday, it's lunch, go home. You need time off, have the time off. Like, yeah, when I was at my job, it was a great place to be. That was part of why I decided not to do it again. Because, like, the job was really good. I had a great time. But then ultimately, the job went away. Ultimately, the job went away. And I'm like, well, I can keep doing that. And finding these places where it's fine, where I get the things that I want, but then they go away. In the meantime, you know, I put like my own things on the back burner, so I don't get to progress my channel. I can do these things differently, but like ultimately, I didn't want to do it again. And I didn't want to go back to working for somebody else at that level, you know. Yeah, that's the thing is like I didn't hate my corporate job. I lost my corporate job, and then I realized like how fickle it was. You know, all the work that I put in, like all the labors of love, you know, all the relationship building, just to have someone call you one day and say that your responsibilities have been moved to another department and that you're not needed anymore. And I was like, damn, okay. Well, if I'm unemployed and trying to work for myself, like at least that exact interaction won't have to happen again. You know, and I'd already had the channel going for a couple of years while I was still at my corporate job. It was just way on the back burner, you know. I could play for like an hour a day sometimes if I was lucky. I was putting out like half-hour videos of like variety content. And then when Classic came out, I moved into Classic, but it was still kind of the same thing. I was very limited in how much time I could spend with it. And, you know, the channel was growing really slowly, but I couldn't focus on it while I was working. And then what would happen is, like, I'd have to travel for work. And if I had to keep traveling for work, that was going to seriously undermine my own plans. I haven't been paying attention to party at all. I haven't seen any party chats, sorry. What is everybody doing? Where is everybody at? Alright, cool, cool. We got some traveling to do, I guess, huh? What should I do with the time? I have some extra time. And now I have nothing to do with it. Yeah, Kate, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, countereffects, yeah, you do have to ignore people like that. I've had to learn that too. I've had to learn that like some things I have to ignore, that I can't get like emotionally invested in it. Fishing time, that's not a bad idea. Do I still have a fishing rod? Yes. Empty the bags. Yep, we can empty bags. Absolutely. All very good ideas. Amy, you're taking off? That's awesome. I hope you can like nap during the flight. Love you. Do I like Horde more than Alliance? No. Nope. I probably like Alliance more than Horde. We went Horde side because we hadn't been Horde side in a while. We've been doing mostly Alliance stuff for like the last little bit. And I thought that myself and everybody could kind of use like a change of scenery. I didn't think that anybody wanted to see me do Elwyn Forest again. For like the 19th time, you know? Ew, PDAs. A public display of affection? That used to be relegated to like physical stuff, not just words. But I guess it's words now too. I can't tell my wife I love her on the stream without it being a PDA. This next to us here is a troll. That's the body type B troll. Basically, it's an ugly night elf with giant toes. That's what this one is, at least. Yeah, if you cover the face up and you cover the toes up, it's basically a night elf. Yeah, they can't get boots on their feet for some reason. They make this thing called like a wide shoe. You know, they could put them in some wide boots. But I guess like biologically it doesn't work for them. They don't want to wear boots. And I'm kind of opposed to races that don't wear boots. I could actually fish. Even orcs wear boots, exactly. When did I start playing WoW? I started playing WoW back when the game first came out. Like week 1 or week 2, I was running a character around on a friend's account. to try the game out. And ever since that week 1 or week 2, I was playing the game one way or another. Soling started a couple days ago. That's awesome. I'm always really happy to hear when like people find WoW and they're new players, because WoW needs new players, and attracting new players is not something that WoW is very good at. What's the best, Classic, Wrath, or Retail? I would say you got to go with either Classic or Classic Wrath. Yeah, I would say like try Classic first before playing Retail. Classic is a lot easier to learn. It's a lot more straightforward. And Classic is about the journey, whereas Retail is only about the endgame stuff. Like if you want to do instanced endgame content, like raids, dungeons, like then Retail is where it's at, but then like your leveling journey doesn't matter at all. But everything in Classic matters from level 1. Like you start playing Classic at level 1. You start playing Wrath at level 1. Like, you don't start playing Retail till you're level 60. Oh, guys, I'm going to do one more thing before the run. I'm going to go AFK one more time. I swear it'll be like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to do this before the run. Sorry, I'll be right back. Alright, now we're okay. W 170 ping is not bad. I feel like back in the day, like 170 ping on like older internets was pretty normal. If it's 170 ms, then that's actually not bad. Now if it's a minute, if it's 1.7 minutes, that's different. But yeah, if it's 170 ms, that's okay. Yeah, the only thing you could probably even do like PvP and it'd be fine. You could definitely raid with that, it'd be okay. Anywhere south of like 400 or 500 ms is okay. Like we have some folks playing on this server from the EU and they get like 300 ms and it's fine. I mean, think about it this way, if you go play Final Fantasy XIV, like no matter what server you get, you're gonna have like 10,000 ms. It's going to be whole seconds of lag. And it doesn't matter if you play on a North American realm or not, because you get all kinds of lag. Like, watching other characters move when you're in a dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV is, like, often comical. Like, just watching them skate around. Because of how bad the lag is. Yeah, Dave, I don't disagree about that. Yeah. Alex, you're at 175 now. Yeah, it works. It sucks that you can't have a server. Like, yeah, you should definitely be able to have your own server. Absolutely. Blizzard just can't be bothered. Blizzard is a multi-dollar company. So with those dollars, it's not enough dollars to put servers all over the place, you know? Yeah, it's a small indie company. They're already stretched to their limits. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Let me know if I'm the one holding things up. I think, are we waiting for me? Am I the problem here? I might be the problem. Tearsfall Glades. Okay, nope. I'm not the problem. We're good. Did we pug somebody? Did we pug one person, or did we get a full guild run? This is full guild. Yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. We are doing RFC one last time. Yep, this will be the last time we do it. We're gonna hit level 18, and I don't think we'll do it again after that. After today, we'll be trying to get to like level 20 to do Wailing Caverns at some point, but that probably won't happen for a couple days. At the rate at which I'm leveling, it will be days and days before we do Wailing Caverns. I think I'm averaging like a level a day. That's what it feels like. I'm gonna change the name of the stream again to reflect that we're doing RFC. And then I'll try to remember to change it back. There we go. The bags, yeah, I have to get the bags. Okay, alright, we're all about to get together, so I'm gonna go take care of the bag situation. Okay. Where's my axe? Here it is. Let's come over here and we'll sell. How do I get new bags? I get new bags because people are awesome and they mail them to me. You could get new bags from vendors. Like there will be a general goods vendor who has bags. If you're looking to purchase some like decent bags, like go to the general goods guy. Should be one in like every little village. Should have a general goods vendor. You can get some 6-slot bags for pretty cheap. I believe they're 5 silvers each. Beyond that, there's like 8-slot bags available, but the cost is pretty high. That's 25 silvers for an 8-slot bag. I would say like stick to 6 slots. Don't spend the silver on the bigger ones. Wait and see if you get any bags to drop later on, because sometimes they'll drop randomly off of mobs, and that's the best way to get a bag, is when it just drops and you don't have to buy it. You got 50 silver. If you have 50 silver, yeah, I would say like buy 4 6-slot bags to get yourself going. But save your money. Don't buy the 8-slot ones. The markup is too high. For 2 extra pieces of carrying capacity, it's not worth the 20 silver markup from 6 to 8 slots isn't worth it. You could check the auction house. Sometimes you can get okay prices on the auction house if you want to sell some stuff. I've been vendoring lots of stuff because I'm kind of lazy about the auction house. I'm lazy about it at low levels. At higher levels, people will have more money and they'll be more willing to spend actual gold. Whereas like right now, a lot of pieces go for like 5 or 6 silver on the auction house. And I'm kind of lazy about putting stuff on the auction house when it's only when it vendors for 3 silver or it auctions for 5 silver. Like I get kind of lazy about using the auction house at low levels. Are we good? Should be good. Yeah, mages wear cloth. Yeah. I think it would be cool if priests could wear leather. It'd be cool to have like a slightly tankier like battle cleric priest. Uh-oh, we got some disconnects. Is our healer DCing? Yeah. Steven's disconnecting. We'll give him a minute, see if he comes back. Maybe it will maybe it'll just be a fluke. Yeah, don't do /cry on a female orc. Doesn't sound healthy. Yeah, with my level and with my weapon, I might end up tanking some of this, so if I'm pulling aggro off of you, I am sorry, but it's okay. We'll be fine if that happens. Because yeah, I might be hitting pretty hard, and I'm using Sunder a little bit. Maybe I just shouldn't Sunder. He says as he Sunders. Souling for that, some of us are using add-ons. Yeah, because in Classic, without add-ons, you won't see that kind of information on the map. A lot of us are using an add-on called Leatrix maps. And I try not to use a lot of add-ons, but there are a couple add-ons for Classic that I use. And Leatrix maps is one of them, Questie is one of them. But you don't need add-ons to play the game and enjoy the game. But a couple of add-ons, they have some quality of life stuff that people like to have with a couple of the add-ons. That's the best way to start. Running around clueless your first day is like, that's the best way to start. It is the best way to begin. It's the most vanilla way to begin. I keep seeing the pink color here, the paladin pink. I keep seeing this and I'm like, I get so confused. And I have to remind myself that in Classic they gave the same color to shamans and paladins. But it does keep throwing me off. Yeah, we're doing RFC. This will be the last time we do RFC. Because after today, we're probably going to be out level. Once we hit 19, we're out level. So this will be level 18, and we probably won't do it again. Yeah, I started to run that way too. I was like, oh, we got a paladin. And then I kept thinking, like, no, we don't have a paladin. Like, we don't have a paladin. Of the weapon, it doesn't have a level on it, but I got it from the end quest for this dungeon. So it's a really good weapon. It was a quest reward, so there's no level for the item. But it's really good for this level. It'll probably be okay until about level... Well, you know, at level 18 I might want to replace it. I could probably find something better for it now, but it's pretty decent though. You can get them off the auction house. Sometimes you'll get them from a quest, or you could take on a profession and you can craft some stuff. But crafting weapons requires blacksmithing, which is kind of hard to get going. Takes a lot of resources to get blacksmithing going. The next blacksmithing weapon is level 20? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I could probably get like a level 18 off the auction house. I just wonder if it would be any better than the axe I currently have. Oh, there we go. There's level 18. As far as talent points, I guess I'm going to go deflection. So reputation will bring down the cost of some things. It'll bring down the cost of your mount and your mount training later on. Sometimes there are like vendors that will sell you things, that they will sell you things only if you have opened up enough reputation for that faction. Ooh, that nefarious fire totem. It wants to pull for us. It did an okay job of pulling, so we got lucky with that one. I have good posture. I work at it. It's a work in progress. Yeah, I try. What helps is having like strong core muscles. A lot of people will just try to like, they'll make themselves sit in a posture, but unless you have strong core muscles, like trying to have good posture actually is painful. But yeah, if you're struggling with good posture and you're trying but it's not working and like there's still pain, try doing like deadlifts and crunches. Do deadlifts and crunches every other day, and eventually your posture will get better. Or rather, it'll be easier to keep yourself in a good posture without pain. Yeah, the lower back and the abdomen muscles are literally what's holding your body erect. Your spine's not doing it. Your spine is simply a spine. It can't do the whole job of keeping your human body erect. Your muscles that surround your spine have to do that. Kill the ad first. Yeah, Soling, the game is designed to get you killed. Yeah, the game is absolutely designed for you to die lots. It's really easy to get yourself into a situation where you die. All it takes is a split second. Yeah, the dungeons are on a daily lockout. So in hardcore, you can only do them once a day. And someone told me they reset at some time in the early hours of the morning. I think it's like 6 a.m. They all reset. But yeah, for hardcore, you can only do it once a day. If you're on a normal version of the game, you can just do it again. If you're not playing hardcore, yeah, then you could go as much as you want. You can do the run over and over again. Let me tank one or two of these. Or not, or you got it. You're fine. you don't need my help. That's awesome. Starting to feel like a mythic plus up in here. I didn't expect the charge in. I was expecting the pullback. That's bold. Very bold. Let's hope we don't get the guys over on the right. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I like it. Yep. There you go, Mike. If you don't like it, swing away. Absolutely. Oh, we will. We'll do lots of Scarlet Monastery. Scarlet Monastery will definitely be a daily thing for as long as we are in the level range to do Scarlet Monastery. Yep. Starting with Graveyard, but Graveyard's not that great, but we'll still do Graveyard. Oh, we could do that all day. Is the game free? No, you have to have a subscription to play. So there's no box copy to purchase. You just have to be subbed to WoW. And if you're subbed to WoW, you play Classic for free. That's it. But they do want your money. And they want it every month. It's not even like a one-time thing. They want it every single month. Alright. Awesome. That was pretty easy. Let's not do the death trap over here. We can just go the long way. Would be okay. Winterfang, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and for checking out the stream. That's awesome. I love it when people come and tell me that I got them into Classic. That's awesome, man. Classic, it's a great time to be playing Classic. Not only is Classic an amazing game at any point in time, but it's a great time to be playing Classic because like lots of people are playing it. Lots of people are playing it because lots of people are realizing how good it is. Well, Johnny, good afternoon, man. Welcome back. Welcome back. Those are not great. We missed you too, and Murder Tacos. It's time to get back to the grind, my friend. It's time to get back to the grind. Alright, yeah, another really smooth run. I appreciate the run, guys. Thank you all so much. It was quick. It was fun. We had no problems. I like that each time we've done this, like, it's gone a little bit differently. It's been smooth every time. But you can really tell, like, people have different styles of tanking. And that, like, multiple different styles do work. It's awesome. Alright, thanks again guys, much appreciated. And now I think we're off to the Barrens. Inventory is looking sad as always. Let's go ahead and pop in here.
Strength
And we'll sell some more stuff. It's looking a little bit better.
Dabu.
I do need to stop by the Warrior Trainer. Yeah, there's not going to be one in Crossroads, so let's go ahead and do this really quick. Just a little incidental fire damage.
Strength and honor.
Yeah, that's a big level. Heroic Strike 3, Mocking Blow, I don't really care about. Thunderclap 2, Revenge, yeah, all this is going to be protection stuff. I'm tempted to not even, I'm tempted to not even spend the money on this stuff. I will anyway. I'm also noticing that I have a gold, and I don't really want to be carrying an entire gold around. So I think I'm gonna send it off to the bank alt. Oh, we could take a look at the auction house. We could do a little window shopping and see. I don't know that we can get a better weapon right now, but we could take a look and we can have a little laugh at what's available. By now there have to be some blue axes. Like somebody's had to have found some blues, and there have to be some blues up. And I wonder how outrageously priced they're going to be. So we can go find out. I need to change my stream title so that it doesn't reflect RFC anymore. Let's get that in the works here. Otherwise someone will pop in and ask me when we're doing RFC, which is understandable. There we go, all fixed. Alright. 20 or 21, yeah. I want to see what. Let's take a look at what we'll have at that level. Steven, have a good rest of your day, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we still have the Axe Orgrimmar, which is like really good. I'm just curious as to what's out there, what's waiting for us in the future. What are the crazy prices on blue weapons? And then I want to pop over really quick and see exactly how much she's got. She's got 2 gold and 86 silver. I wonder if I sold anything on the auction house. I haven't been putting up a lot of things because like all the green stuff we're getting, it only sells for like 5 or 6 silver. And it's almost not even worth putting it up. But I will check and see if anything's sold. Nothing's selling, yeah. I put these all up for like really reasonable prices and it's just that nothing's selling right now. This was stuff that I probably should have left. I could have auto-returned that. That would have been smart. Yeah, nothing is selling. A 25 DPS bow for 800 gold. Yeah, it won't sell though. You know what I mean? Like they'll put it up for that much. What they're hoping to find the one whale out there who has managed to buy all of the bot gold. That's what someone's hoping for when they do something outrageous like that. They're going whale fishing basically. And like you don't often catch a whale, and they probably won't. But yeah, they're going whale fishing. I'm not going the right way. I need to go to the flight tower. We're gonna fly over to Crossroads. Yeah, it's kind of unlikely that anybody has 800 gold to spend on a lower level bow, you know what I mean, at this point. Unless they've somehow managed to buy gold off of every single bot in the game. That's what it means, yeah. It's a whale, in the context that we're using it, a whale is someone who is willing to spend an outrageous amount of money, usually real life money, to acquire things in a video game. So in this case, a whale would be someone who is illegally buying gold off of gold farmers, and then using that gold to buy items in a game. Yeah, that's how we're using it in this context. A person who's willing to drop massive amounts of in real life money to acquire video game stuff.
Blood and thunder. Go for it.
I got you, Pete. Good so far. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to me. But thanks for being here. Orange Filter, good evening to you. Thanks for stopping by. A wand or staff for the mage? Well, eventually you're going to have both of those things. You're not going to use the staff to attack. The wand's going to go in your wand slot, and then you'll have an ability called Shoot in your spellbook. And you will shoot with the wand, but you really won't attack a lot with the staff. You want to be doing that as little as possible. But eventually you will also have a wand. And you'll shoot with that.
Victory for Sylvanas. Trust no one. Beware the living. Dark Lady, watch over you.
Shizum, good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Egg Hunt, I'm not going to grab Egg Hunt right now, it's a bit of a higher level one. We will grab everything else. I have to remind myself, we haven't been here yet on this character. It's kind of hard to remember. Because we did it once on the other warrior, and then we did some stuff on the mage. But yeah, we haven't done any of this stuff yet. So I do want to grab basically everything. And we'll start knocking it out. Yeah, Souling, what you want to do is, yeah, you want to rely on the wand as much as you can. So you open up with some spells, but then as much as you can to keep your mana going, rely on the wand. You really want to get like a lesser magic wand is your best bet for like the highest DPS at low levels, and then after the lesser magic wand, you want the greater magic wand. After that, I'm not sure. But yeah, lesser magic wand at level 5. Greater magic wand at level 13, and you will be ripping through enemies. Hey, buddy.
See if I can have a cookie.
You're gonna ask me if you can have a cookie?
I asked everyone to say hi to stream.
Okay, you want to say hi to chat and ask me for a cookie.
Yeah.
What kind of cookie are we talking about?
One of the ones up on the fridge. I can grab it.
How are you gonna get it off the fridge?
I can grab it myself.
I'm not gonna hear like a loud bang.
Blood and thunder.
Okay, that's one of the cream-filled
For the
cookies.
horde. Double
You haven't been snacking on any other sugary stuff, have you?
strength.
No.
The winds guide you. Ancestors watch over you.
I don't think she's put that video up yet. I don't think she finished. I don't even know if she finished editing it before she left, buddy.
Well, yeah. There's one puzzle video.
She does have the puzzle video up there yet, but yeah, she's not too happy with that one. I think she wants to wait until she's got the Lego video up to really talk about the channel.
Yeah. But I just wanted to tell you that both of them are coming up.
So the quest for the Planestrider beaks, that's got to be gray. Yeah, I need to talk to Segra.
This blue parrot one's coming up first.
Greetings.
But they're pretty cool.
Yeah, Season, we've been way ahead of the leveling curve. We almost have gotten too far ahead of the leveling curve. And I think a lot, well, we did Mulgore, Tearsfall Glades, and Duratar. So part of it was doing all of the intro zones, and the other part was doing a bunch of dungeons.
Ooh, the frog one. That one looks really simple, and I think I can do that.
Yep, it all looks really simple until you actually try it.
Well, the parrot one in the box is
These gray quests will give XP. Yeah, we're only just at a point where it's gray. So this one will give. If we were multiple levels higher than it, then it wouldn't give any. But yeah, we should still be getting. Now this level 11 one, we might not get anything for that. But for the level 12 ones, since we're only level 18 and they just went gray, we will still get experience for them. Are you taking over my camera in my stream? You know that I have a pet peeve about that.
One day I should have like a giant Millennium Falcon.
I'm gonna have a giant. Yeah, when Mom builds it on her channel, then I'll have it.
Whoa, we don't. Do we have the giant Lego box now?
No, we don't. We don't have the $800 Lego yet. No.
Yeah, you made it sound like we do.
No.
Yeah, not yet, guys. But maybe soon it might be in the background. Just stare at the $1,000 thing. I think it's $1,000.
If you want that cookie, man, you should go eat it.
Okay.
I'll be upstairs after a little while. I still got some more I want to do.
Bye, stream. And today I do not bring in that stuffy. Maybe next stream.
My son wants to take over all my streams. That's his goal in life, is just to simply replace me. Yeah, my son's 8. He's as tall as an 11-year-old. Because he's a giant. But he's only 8. He was trying to talk about my wife starting up a channel where she builds Legos and other things, and he was trying to spoil that and talk about that. I think before she's ready to put the word out, because she still is working on the first build, I think. But that's what he was trying to talk about. Training Sword of the Wolf. Yeah, Greg, exactly. And also, like, this one especially, this one's gonna chain, the Plane Strider's gonna chain into Zeverhooves. So yeah, we're gonna get them to chain, but also we will get some experience out of it. Now we're not getting any kill XP, which is kind of a bummer, but it's okay. Oh, Johnny, it went on sale? Of course it goes on sale. Like, what is it, like a week and a half after I picked it up? It goes on sale. Yeah, like basically all Blizzard games are on sale right now. If there are any Blizzard games that you for some reason want to buy that you don't own yet, now is a good time. Because apparently everything is on sale. Everything's for sale. It's all cheap. Even Diablo 4, which like just came out, they have it on sale for a pretty steep discount. Not that you should buy Diablo 4, but it's like it came out so recently that it stings a little bit that, you know, I think I paid like $80 overall for D4, and now it's like half off or something. Kind of stings a little bit. Austin, good afternoon, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, it's totally worth it. I need to get back into playing it. I've been sucked into hardcore, and I haven't been doing anything else with my time. It probably won't always be this way. Eventually I'll remember that I have recorded series that I want to do. For the Warlock, for my Blood Elf Warlock, I'm kind of waiting for the Joyous Journeys to come up. Because we have to be getting close to another Joyous Journey. It's coming soon, so I might hold off on getting back into that playthrough until the Joyous Journey comes. Do I use 2 machines to stream this? No, not for what I do, Lefty. Nope, I'm streaming on the PC that I'm playing on. I know a lot of people have one PC for the game and one PC through a capture card for to run the stream, but I am doing it on one computer because mainly all I stream is WoW, and it doesn't really matter. There's no negative effects of me just using the one computer. It's easier for me to manage. Any close calls? We haven't had too many. And part of that is because we have been way ahead of the leveling curve. So yeah, I got us way ahead of the leveling curve, so there hasn't really been like a lot of dangerous moments. We've probably had a couple that I don't remember, but nothing that was bad enough that it sticks in my head. Yeah, the one time we almost died was like night 1. I had a disconnect underwater near the Echo Isles. And somebody healed me while I was drowning. Just as I reconnected and we started to drown, we caught a heal and I got us back to the surface. And that was the closest call, and that was just because of a random blizzard disconnect. Because for some reason, sometimes when you're in combat and you're in the water, you disconnect. Yeah, it was Verna, that's right. Yep. And without that, I think we would have been dead. If we'd have not caught the heal, and if I'd have got back into the game a second later, we might have been dead right there, day 1, night 1. Yeah, Lefty? Yeah. The only other thing I streamed recently was I streamed some Baldur's Gate. That was okay. That seemed to be okay on one computer. I streamed a little bit of Diablo 4 on my current setup, and that seemed to go fine. But I'm pretty much a noob at streaming, so I don't really know like what kinds of games it might be required to like really want to have a second PC, or if it depends on like the processing power of your main PC. Like I don't really know. But everything I've tried to stream so far has seemed to run fine, but that's been very limited. It's been D4, World of Warcraft, both retail and classic, and then we did a little bit of Baldur's Gate when it first came out. Yeah, I mean, and those went fine. And that's kind of the types of games that I would play anyway, so I haven't even really considered moving to a 2-PC setup. Maybe one day I would, but historically a lot of what I've done on the channel has been recorded stuff. It's only been the last couple months that I've even been streaming. The last 5 years prior to that has all been recorded content. If you fight underwater, then hold the spacebar to surface, you will DC. It's a bug. I think that is when you can DC. I don't think you would DC 100% of the time, though, right? You're saying that's when you're likely to DC. It's like you're fighting and you're swimming up, which I do often. I usually charge in, start fighting, then swim to get to the surface. And so that makes perfect sense, like why I often, but not always, get DC'd underwater. The place where I've been DC'd underwater the most is Black Fathom Depths. When you're fighting the Naga and stuff, underwater in Black Fathom Depths, that's where I get DC'd the most. The weird thing about that, though, is that when I get DC'd underwater in BFD, which has been happening since the start of Classic, I start back at the dungeon entrance. Like, when I log back in, I'm not in the water anymore. I'm back at the dungeon entrance, which is preferable than drowning. It's inconvenient for the group, but it's preferable to drowning. There you go. Looks like Shen's keg is back here. Alright, now we have to focus on finding the Planestrider beaks. We should probably head to Ratchet as well. I don't know if there are any like other low-level quests in Ratchet though, besides the breadcrumb. And we've already out-leveled the breadcrumb. Level 14. Level 14 looks like it's the lowest, so we really don't have to go there right now. I'm not too worried about the breadcrumb experience. Should be fine. I've never been overseas. No, I've never been on an international flight. I've traveled lots in the States, mainly for work. My past life, I traveled a lot. For part of the year, I traveled all over the place, but I've never flown overseas. I have like a fear of, I don't want to fly over an ocean. I kind of decided a long time ago that I don't really want to fly over an ocean. I don't really care for airplanes, but like domestic flights, I'm okay with. I had to get used to domestic flights. Every time you hear about a plane where like it went down, it's always over an ocean. Yeah. And so I just have like this idea that I don't really need to fly over an ocean. And I'm not really like a big person for like traveling and stuff. So I'm not like, I think it's fine. Airplanes are safe. They are safer than cars. It's an illusion of control. Right, but I like the illusion that when I'm in a car, I have some control over what happens. I can use my senses to avoid danger. I can use my reaction speed to like avert danger. When I'm in an airplane and the engines blow out, I can't do anything. I'm just dead. I'm just 100% dead. It's RNG, but it's RNG that I don't have a saving throw. At least in a car, there's RNG, but I have a saving throw for like reflex, agility. You know, there's a saving throw that I have a chance at when it's a car. But when it's an airplane, you don't get a saving throw. Yeah, then you're in an ocean, right? If I thought that the result of the plane crashing would just be depositing me in the ocean, I would be okay with that. Because also that's an illusion of control as well. I'm like, I can swim that far. No, you can't, dummy. But you know, that's not what happens. And I don't really like a lot of travel just for recreation because I really like my daily routine. I really love the things I do at home. I'm kind of a homebody. I'm very much a homebody. And I'm very much like a creature that loves his orderly routine to kind of be intact. Like, when I take a vacation, I'm always like, I'm eager to get back to my normal life. So I don't even really like taking, like, vacations that last long. Sometimes it's nice to have, like, a night or two, like, in a different place doing a different thing, but if it's too many days in a row, I just get antsy to get back to things that I want to be doing. I have a lot of stuff that I want to be doing with my life, and a lot of it I can't do if I'm on vacation. Like, I'm not going to be able to play WoW on vacation. You know? I'm not going to be able to really get my workout in on vacation. Like, there's just stuff that I want to do every day that, like, if I go on vacation for too many days, it kind of hinders that. Yeah, Johnny, exactly. You're ready to be home. Yeah, you're like, okay, cool. It was good, everything's fine, but I'm ready to go home now. I get like that, like, on night 2, I would already feel that way. Yeah, there were probably parts of my life when given the chance I would have been more adventurous. But those parts of my life are probably over. I did a lot of traveling for work, and by the end of all that traveling, I didn't even want to do that traveling anymore. Doing all the traveling I did for work, I couldn't stay in my raiding guild. I had to stop raiding, like, in BFA, because I couldn't really even... I shouldn't have been raiding in Legion either, because I wasn't doing my AP grind, because I didn't have time to do my AP grind, because I was working and traveling. But then during BFA, I traveled so often for, like, a large chunk of the year, and I couldn't even raid with my friends anymore. And I had to, like, basically stop playing WoW for a while, and that was when I was like, damn, like, I kind of hate traveling. Do I do calisthenics? No, not really. I just do basic weightlifting. Yeah, I've got a bench and a bunch of dumbbells, and these days I don't even go to the gym. I used to do it so like half the year I went to the gym and half the year I didn't, but these days I do it all at home. I feel like I try too hard when I go to the gym. I always end up being there for like 2 hours, like doing more and more. Like, you know, I feel like when I went to the gym, I was just like I was trying too hard for no reason.
Forth to victory for the Horde.
Anubis, good afternoon. Things are going well. The tips for good posture: deadlifts and crunches. Deadlifts for your back, crunches and sit-ups for your abdomen. And then you still have to practice at it. You still have to make sure that you can like get yourself into a position that's comfortable and stay that way. So you still have to kind of like work at it mentally for a while before it becomes a habit, but you're going to need to have muscles to hold your body upright. And if you're trying to keep your body upright and you don't have the muscles, like it starts to be very uncomfortable, and that's why most people just kind of revert back to a crappy posture, because it gets too hard to hold your body up. And so people just kind of revert back. And then a lot of times when people talk to you about posture, like, oh, have good posture, they don't really explain to you that you need muscles to do that. Like, for most of my life, I didn't know that. People would be like, sit up straight, stand up tall. I'm like, well, I can't. I can't do it. I don't know why. It's like, well, it's because I didn't have muscles for a large part of my life. Shadow, your workout is lifting the Cheeto from the Cheeto bag? That's fair. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. There's not really a lot of compelling reasons to work out. It was an Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode. Remember the character Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I don't know why this popped into my head. I remember a skit he did. It was like, you know, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. So yeah, get real ripped. You better make sure you got big guns for when you die. Someone will stab you. They'll stab you with a knife. It's like, yeah. Ultimately, you know, you're not making it out alive. If all you want to do is lift that Cheeto, that's absolutely fine with me. I have bare minimum requirements, you know. I want to be able to run a mile and jump a fence. And if I can run a mile and I can jump a fence, I'm pretty much happy. I'm back right where I was with the previous warrior. Yeah, oh no. Oh no. Level-wise, we're going to be doing a little bit better by the time we get to that point, but yes. We are basically at the exact same point. Dragon, you were impressed when Asmongold one-armed a case of pop over his head? I like that you called it pop. Yeah. In Michigan, we called it pop. When I lived in Missouri, it's soda. And so I kind of stopped calling it pop. So I appreciate that. Funny enough, when I first started working out when I was like 19, I was 150 pounds and I was 6'4". When I first started working out, I filled up 3-liter Faygo bottles of water. I filled up 3-liter Faygo bottles with water, and that was like the first weights that I had when I first started working out, when I was like a twig at the age of like 19 years old. In Canada, you refer to it as pop or soda. Yeah, like people in Michigan, they know what soda is, but they just don't commonly refer to it that way. But other places, like in Missouri, people would ask me, "What's pop? What's pop?" It's a soda. Oh, you're from one of those places. Yeah. In Ontario, it's always been pop. Yeah. I mean, you're right across the water from me. Over there in Ontario, so that makes sense. It's all Coke, Johnny says. That's cola. Dark soda is cola. Dark soda is cola. Anything else is soda. Unless you live here, then it's pop. And then everything is pop. But that's like saying everything's a Pepsi. I want a Pepsi. We only have Coke products. I said just give me a Pepsi. In parts of Ohio, they call it soda pop. They're working too hard. Yeah. They should just land on one side of the issue or the other. They're working too hard to call it soda pop. Yep, that's too much. They're trying to be too inclusive. They need to land on one side of the issue or the other, preferably, and stop playing both sides of the fence. You know, I don't appreciate it. You ask for a large Coke, and they say, what kind? See, that wouldn't happen here, Johnny. If you asked for a large Coke here, you would get whatever dark soda they had. So if they had Pepsi, you get Pepsi. If they had Coca-Cola products, you'd get a Coca-Cola. If all they had was RC Cola, you'd get an RC Cola. But yeah, that's interesting. What kind of Coke? The dark kind? Not diet? Is this hardcore? It is hardcore, yes. Am I in the US? I mean, yeah. I am in the US, yeah. I kind of assume that, like, listening to me for 5 seconds, you would immediately lead one to believe that I was in the US. Yep, I'm in Michigan. Yeah, that's the mitten state. It looks like a mitten. Don't be sorry, Shadow. I just, it's interesting that you'd ask me that because I just kind of figured it was obvious. Do I ever visit Canada? Red Robin, when I was 19, I used to go to Canada all the time. Because like back then, the legal drinking age in Michigan was 21 and the legal drinking age in Canada was 19. And back then, all you needed to cross the border was a driver's license. Now you got to have more than that. So I don't go to Canada anymore for multiple reasons. But back in my youth, I went to Canada almost every weekend. Cause you can go drink at the bars there. They let us Michigan people just drive right across, and then we're subject to Canadian laws. And Canadian law said that underage drinking was okay. So that was what we did. Stupid kids. It was always harder to get back into the States than it was to get into Canada. Like, they don't care, they'll let you into Canada, but they'd grill you. You're coming back into the United States at 1 in the morning, they're gonna grill you. Society, you always wanted to explore some of the historic abandoned buildings in Detroit. It's a shame they had to tear so much of them down. Excuse me. Well, yeah, it's a shame that they got to the point where they were basically just blight. Yeah. Like there are many more countless buildings in Detroit that need to be torn down because what they are now is they're just like blight. They're no longer like functional historic buildings. And unfortunately, like the effects of that kind of blight in an area, it just kind of like it brings everything around it down, which sucks. Most of my life, I kind of thought that one day, like Detroit would be revitalized, the way Kansas City was, because Kansas City used to be kind of a shithole as well. But over the course of 10 years, Kansas City went from being kind of a shithole to being an amazing downtown area. That was like basically all of the downtown area is super safe. And Detroit has not yet really ever made that rebound. Maybe one day. Yeah. Yeah, the sad part about Detroit is there's lots of historic homes that would have been very beautiful had they been maintained or had they been like, fixed up. But at this point, like a lot of them are just they have to come down eventually. It's kind of sad. People are still doing that today, Court, coming across the border to drink. Yep, I'm sure, and go to the casinos and stuff. I was never much of a casino person in any part of my life. Yeah, parts of Detroit are not good. Yeah, you usually just like unless you're going somewhere very specific, like you don't just go to like walk around Detroit and hang out. It's not like that kind of city. You're usually going somewhere very specific. Usually you're going to like a sports game. If you're in downtown or you work downtown, and not a lot of people work downtown. But yeah, you're either going to a sports game, you work downtown, or you're going to the casinos. And like in those small areas, it's safe. But like anywhere outside of that, it's not great. Agent Dead, level 29 priest, lost. Oh man. That's a tough one, brother. To the Dryads. I know exactly where those Dryads are at. That's a rough one. Yeah, I mean, all of the really big cities are going to have like big areas that are scary. Absolutely. That's what I liked about Kansas City was Kansas City was a smaller city.
Go forth.
And like mainly like all of the downtown area was safe.
Farewell.
And even the parts that people would tell me, they'd be like, oh yeah, don't go down here, don't go so far on 10th Street. Like the people who told me stuff like that, they've never been in Detroit. Because there were no places that I ever encountered in Kansas City that were even remotely scary compared to like things that I've seen in Detroit. But yeah, people would warn me against certain areas, and I always thought it was, I'd go to the areas and I'd be like, this is what people find scary in Kansas City, this area? Like, no, this is fine. I always found that really funny. Alright, let's head over to the Forgotten Pools. And on the way, we'll be looking for Zebra. The hardest levels to get in hardcore apparently is any level past level 9. Because apparently most people are dead by level 9. Have I ever done any team sports? When I was a kid. I played soccer. Played a little baseball. Not as an adult. As an adult, I have not participated in any team sports. The only sport that I would be interested in trying as an adult would probably be hockey. But it's super expensive for like the equipment. And I haven't strapped on ice skates since I was 12. I've roller skated a lot recently. Not a lot. I've roller skated recently. But I haven't strapped on ice skates in a long time. So I don't see me joining any amateur hockey teams anytime soon. Although that would be like the one thing that I would be interested in doing. Because I never got to play ice hockey as a kid because it was too expensive. And I wanted to be a goalie, and like the goalie pads are like very expensive. Have I heard about field hockey? I'm aware of field hockey. Yeah. As a kid, I played roller hockey, which is not field hockey, but it's a different kind of hockey. I'd have to go ice hockey. Yeah. If I was gonna invest and play a team sport at my age, it would have to be the sport that I didn't get to play as a kid, you know. But I would have to relearn how to skate first. Which sounds painful. Yep, yeah, Lefty. It's like, it's super expensive. I dare say that I'm not sure that there's another sport that's more expensive. I guess I'm gonna fight all these guys. We're gonna at least fight these two. Oh no, look, they peeled off. You know what we should do? We should come out here to the outpost and grab the Centaur Bracer quest. In high school, I ran track for a little bit, but I was like... No, in high school I was not athletic. I was more athletic as a younger kid, because I was doing more outside and being more physically active. But like, by high school, no. I was 6'4" and 150 pounds of nothing. And so there wasn't a lot that I could do without being exhausted immediately. And I had asthma, so it was basically just a shit show. Yeah. Someone should have explained to me the value of muscles earlier in my life. Would have been very useful. As it was, it took until I was like 19 to realize that, like, to do things, I needed to have a functioning body. And that to have a functioning body, I needed to do things. It was like this cycle that I had never initiated. So no, in high school I ran a little bit of track, but like nothing seriously or for long. Because I just couldn't do it. Even when I would try to like run when I was in track, like there were fundamental things about being athletic that I didn't understand. One of them was like eating correctly, drinking water, not piling up on sugar. Like there were lots of things that when I was younger, like I just did not understand and was not told. And I was too stupid to really figure it out on my own. Last time we were here, we found a bunch of the mushrooms like on the outside of the lake, like out and about, but today we're not finding that. So let's head into the interior. We're going to have to investigate the middle of the lake anyway. Simming Skull, good luck, man. Good luck. I hope you have a good time. Script, good evening, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, there's lots of patrollers in this area. I'm just like, I'm not super worried because we're level 18 and they're all pretty low level, but yeah. I'm not gonna farm the bracers right now. We can farm the bracers probably somewhere. Well, you know, maybe we should get the name guy over here. Isn't there one name guy over here? Like somewhere over here. We'll hang out over there. If there's any other players, we'll try to get into a group. And we'll fight a few of these guys. Wonder what's next. Welcome, man. What's up with you? Everything's good here. How am I such a high level and I'm just now starting the Baron's Sword Zone? Well, we did all 3 starting zones. We did Duratar, we did Mulgore, we did Tearsfall Glades. Also, we've done 3 RFC runs. We've done 3 RFC runs, so we got a bunch of kill experience from that. We got all those quests done. But I think a lot of it was doing all 3 starting areas. I think that was most of it. Cause yeah, we got way ahead of the leveling curve. And like a couple of quests went gray, but nothing major, and we still got some experience from those gray quests, so. Yeah, my goal is to stay as far ahead of the leveling curve as I can. It gets harder as you go on, like you can't always be fighting green stuff, you can try. You can try. Lions or Chiefs next week, or it's this week, isn't it? Technically. Well, I don't know, cause you know I'm living in Michigan. We watch the Lions, we root for the Lions, but the Chiefs are kind of our team. My wife's actually going to be in Kansas City this week, and so yeah, I'll be here in Michigan. She'll be in Kansas City, and then we have the Lions Chiefs game. So I'm going to root for them both. I just want the teams to do well. Obviously, one of them is going to win, one of them is going to lose. And that sucks, you know. One of them is going to walk away 1-0. One's going to walk away 0-1. But yeah, I mean the Chiefs are probably going to win. You know, the Chiefs are probably going to win. I'd like to see the Lions do well, but it's a tough one. I'm just going to root for both teams to do well. The great thing is, like, no matter who wins, I'll be happy. But no matter who wins, I'll also be kind of sad. And Pacheco's too fast. True. True. That's like Tyreek who? We don't need Tyreek. Lions got good last year though too, yeah. Like Lions have historically been really, really bad. But last year they were this close to like a wild card spot. I feel like they got really close. They played pretty well last year. I was very happy to see them do well. And I feel like they're definitely going to do at least as well this year. Hopefully they do a little bit better. Did we get him? Oh, do I not have the quest? I could have swore I had it. I think I had it. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. I didn't see the ping pop up. Usually I see like the completed thing pop up. I didn't see it pop. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's drop from the group. I'm not going to worry about farming up the bracers until we are fighting at the other area. I'll farm the bracers up when we're fighting to try to get the other guy to spawn. The other leader. Let's turn this leader one in so we can grab that next one. Yeah, I root for a bunch of different teams. Like, KC is at the top of the list, the Lions, Buffalo Bills. There's lots of teams that I like to watch.
What do you need, Dabu? For the whole.
I'll basically watch any game I can. And at this point, like, I typically know enough players that there will at least be somebody on the team who I want to see do well. Let's work on some Zevra. We can do that over here. Seems like there are a handful of them. You think the Lions are gonna beat KC? I don't think they will, but I think it'll be a good game. We will see. I'll be happy if they beat KC, but only if they then go on to do well. If they beat KC like on a fluke and they f up KC's record for the season and then they don't go on to do well, like that would upset me. If the Lions beat KC and then they go on to do great, that'd be awesome. I don't want them to win on a fluke or win because of penalties and then just have that like mess up the record for the Chiefs. That would suck. But if they're gonna play good and they're gonna do well, then I don't mind if they win. That'd be great. We are full on inventory. Not a big surprise. Not a big surprise. I'd like to stay out here and get the Zevra hooves, but it has kind of a crappy drop rate, so I don't know if that's very practical. The Lions' running game will shut down Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, but like realistically, when we break that down a little bit, it's gonna have to be the Lions' defense that shuts down Patrick Mahomes. Like the Lions can have a good running game, but it's gonna have to be that their defense is gonna have to be what shuts down the quarterback. I don't know much about their defense going into this year. Keep him off the field. Yeah, but he doesn't need to be on the field for long. Yeah. No, I'd love to see the Lions do well. Like I said, I'd be happy for them to beat the Chiefs if they're going to continue to do well for the rest of the year. If they're going to be a great team, then I'd love to see them beat the Chiefs. I think that'd be really amazing for them. But I only want to see that happen if they're then going to go on to beat everybody else. You know what I mean? Mahomes can score. Yeah, Mahomes can score in like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Greg, he doesn't need a lot of time to throw the ball and turn it into points. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, even if you are just eating up the clock, like, you have to be eating up the clock, but you have to be scoring points too. Because Mahomes is definitely going to come back and score a bunch of points. It's inevitable. And it doesn't matter what quarter it is or how much time is left. Like, you're never safe. Like, you know, you could think, oh, we have a 14-point lead and there's 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, but like they can turn that around really quickly. I'm excited to see though. I'm really excited for the actual season to start. It was fun watching the preseason games and stuff to see like all the guys trying to earn their spots, but I'm super stoked for the season to be starting. Oh, Kalamazoo! I watched every Lions game last year. Yeah, I know exactly how well they did last year. Yeah, they were amazing last year. For the Lions, like last year was amazing. It was like what somebody said, the curse had been lifted. They cleansed the stadium. And the curse had been lifted, and that's exactly what it felt like. Yeah, I watched every game. Yep, I watch every game I can, and I always watch the Lions games, and I always watch the Chiefs games, but beyond that, I'll also watch like every game that's on that I can watch. Because I'm so cool and have so much going on in my life. Yeah, their division doesn't have a lot of good teams in it for the Lions, so yeah, they could easily like rise up in the division and just like and own it. Absolutely. We'll have lots more to talk about once the season's going. Yeah, it's exciting. What do I think of Warlocks for hardcore? I bounce off Warlocks. I'm not a good Warlock player. But I feel like they're strong. When I have played one, I felt like, you know, once you have the Voidwalker, you can have it pull 3 enemies, you can dot them all up, and you can watch them melt. So if you have good control over your pet, and you like pet management, then it's definitely a powerful class. I'm kind of bad at like having a pet, so I wasn't very good at it. But even being bad at it, I still felt like it was pretty powerful. Yeah, but see, Adam says, and he's not wrong, that a lock can be the class that dies the earliest. Yeah, especially before you get your Voidwalker, you only have the Imp. And the Imp in Classic, he cannot tank for you. And you don't really want to be getting hit either, so you have this level from 1 to 10 where, like, you're very squishy. Once you get the Voidwalker, like... I think that Warlocks get themselves killed a lot through overconfidence. That's how I lost Warlocks. Was just like, I got the Voidwalker, got super overconfident with it, and that was it. Yeah, if you get the Voidwalker, you got Drain Life, you got Mana Tap, you have ways that you can live, like, forever. But I do think that what happens is that even once you have all those tools and you're doing really well, I think you can get really overconfident. And then you get into a situation that you can't fight your way out of. Like, Alex got his Warlock on Bloodsail Buccaneers all the way to level 58. And it seemed like, you know, for him, it was a pretty easy journey all the way up until it wasn't. And he did say that he felt like maybe that a part of that was he'd gotten pretty overconfident and might have been in a part of the Plague Lands that he maybe shouldn't have been. See, oh, Alex is here. He can speak for himself. Yeah, avoid doing quests over your level. Avoid the Plague Lands. avoid the Plague Lands if you can. If you can, just don't go into the Plague Lands at all. Then you'll have a higher chance of living in general. And sometimes, like, it's overconfidence, but sometimes it's just like you don't feel like you're being overconfident, but what's happening is you're not being as careful, which is overconfidence, but it's not obvious enough a lot of the time that you just start to, like, just not be as careful as you might otherwise be on a different class. Avoid it like the plague. Yes, society. Yes, thank you for that. I know. I joke when I say that kind of, because, like, you basically have to go to the Plague Lands. Unless you want to spend a bunch of time grinding in places like Fellwood and Winterspring, like, you probably have to go to the Plague Lands. It's not really, like, super optional. As bad as it is, it's not really super optional. Good so far. You had a druid friend die at 32 yesterday by being overconfident in a cave. Yep. That's what happens. You just have a moment where you're just not as careful as you should be, or like me, you just aren't paying as much attention as you should, and then all of a sudden you're in an encounter that you can't fight your way out of. Alright, let's get these turned in. The one to Ratchet I'm not super worried about. Even if we lose it completely, it's probably not worth a lot of XP to begin with. It's only a breadcrumb.
I am forsaken. That better be good.
What can I do for you? Strength.
Greetings, traveler. We shall meet again.
Alright, hey, with that, we are basically right where we were at when we got killed the first time around. Like, level-wise and, like, quest-wise, we're basically right back where we were at. And guys, this is going to be a good spot for me to take a break for this afternoon. I am going to park it at the inn. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out today. It's been awesome. I appreciate it. I might get back on later tonight. If I do, it might be later than usual. Yeah, since my wife is out of town, I might come back on after my son is asleep. If I come back on tonight, it may be later than usual. Yeah, because I kind of want to spend the afternoon with him. But if he has a bedtime and he goes to sleep, then I might get on after that. So yeah, if I do decide to get on, I'll try to throw up a scheduled stream so you guys can see it ahead of time. If so, I'll see you then. If not, I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Thanks again. As always, take care of yourselves out in the real world and take care of each other. And we will see you back in Azeroth very soon. Bye for now.